Uh, Screw it. I'm gonna throw a pair of gym shorts on and just take out my trash now. Unless you want to go right now, I can also just do it in the
I'm
morning.
just getting my shit together still.
Cool. For us, shorts for. I am so glad I'm relatively close to the fucking dumpster, and I'm on the ground floor, so it only take a couple minutes once I get them out of the trash can.
Okay, so depending on how long you take to read your manuals, determine how many days this takes.
So, as a clarification question, Cortana just became an NPC in its entirety. She's not.
She is currently not. Yeah, she's in long-term mark mode.
Cool, so she's not really with the party at all at this point.
Right.
Cool. I just wanted to clarify that. So now we have Zarya still with the party. It's just she's in mark mode. So I shall be right back.
So get that set up. And we get that set up. Still no sign of Brian.
I hope he's doing okay.
I'm sure he's as fine as things get for him these days. Probably just the usual stress equal antisocial.
Hola.
Still here.
I have returned. You could probably guess by the fact I'm talking to you. And that's a lot of days.
What, 11?
To go only that far? Yeah.
275 miles? You can travel at a normal pace. You travel 25 miles per day.
No, I understand that. I'm just thinking, I was like, that's just, no. But I'm forgetting, I'm trying to equate that distance to what would be for us.
I say, yeah, you don't have car where you can travel, 60, 70 miles an hour. And travel, all day. You deal with capped travel times.
Yeah. One day we'll be able to go fast enough.
Faster than God intended.
I don't know. Because if you think about it, physics was designed by God. All we did was take advantage of it.
I was I was making a joke, but yeah.
I'm sorry, your joke went over my head. I am just dense. Have lack of humor. You guys know this. Hmm.
Yeah, there's an anime where trains are new to Japan, and there's this guy that's all like, "It travels faster than God intended. I'm gonna walk on foot."
It goes 35 miles per hour.
Buffalo chicken hot pocket. Oh man, it has a 3-minute cook time because of how big it is.
Yes, absolutely. We'll eat it.
It's not that big of a deal for me. Mario's headset, man.
Oh, sorry, the dog.
Oh. Oh yeah. We still have the problem of what to do in Wednesday's game. Something horrible is going to happen to me.
Debatable. Again, I got a pitch, but obviously, it's depending on whether people go for it.
Well, it involves me, you, and Tris coming up agreeing to this idea, and I'm not inherently against the idea. The only condition for me is I'd like to, even if I succeed to dodge, I would still rather be hit by it if it prevents a nearly dead NPC from being killed.
Well, you rolled a 1 and a 6 on your dodge, which is why I was like, okay, I got an idea of how do you incorporate that and how to incorporate our 40.
Yeah, I had a 33 for my dodge.
Yeah, it was 33 with a 1 and a 6.
Yeah. It was a 33 after a 1 and a 6.
Yeah, but
And then we beat them by 40 on our mass combat roll, which means we get something.
Yeah. You get a significant boon. That's the significant boon range.
And I had a thought on how to tie all that together, but I'll wait till Wednesday.
You just said something about significant boon. I'm curious now.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
That's up to you guys. They're just the Maquis rolled high enough to get to the significant boon range.
Oh yeah, that happened.
We get to ask the GM, hey, can this happen?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. That also was a thing.
Alright.
Lucky Forces got significant boon. I had a critical failure defense. Interesting times are ahead.
Let's get this dog and pony show on the road, I guess. When we last left off, people had just finished choosing the successor for the tower. You had located the lost monks, and I believe we had decided you were rewarded with manuals of a stat of your choice.
Yes.
Yep.
They will prefer that you keep those manuals in-house for reading, but if necessary, they can enchant them to have them returned upon completion, if you are in a hurry.
I don't understand anything that would have us be in a specific hurry at this point in time, because they just wanted us to figure out what's happened to these people, and then return the remains or return them to the capital.
Yep.
Okay.
There wasn't a specific time frame. They just wanted it to happen. And our crew that took us here didn't have anything specifically time related for us either, if I recall.
Okay. As per the enchantments on the manuals, you have to spend 48. You have to read them for 48 hours within a 6-day period. You have to log 48 hours of staring into the book. You have up to 6 days to accomplish that to get the benefit. How would you like to attempt to, break that time up? And
I
which
mean, I don't
stats
like.
are you going for? Because you only get one.
And it's a +2.
There's a +2, but to one stat, and it raises your maximum by +2. So this allows you to get a stat of 22 if you have a max stat. But you can only choose one stat.
I'm gonna go with charisma, and because I'm a yokai, I'll just spend nighttime and stuff to.
Both day and night, or just night?
I guess it'd be night, then day, then.
So you're attempting to read basically straight through minimal breaks.
Yeah.
Okay, I will need a. Let's go with wisdom roll for focus. To see if you can will yourself to get through that dense of reading within a that short of a span. Okay then.
Okay. I was just wondering.
So the eye strain is getting to you. You're not doing as fast as you would like. It's going to take you 3 days instead of 2.
Okay.
And
Cool.
Both forms will take a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
Kriv?
I will do wisdom, and in doing wisdom, I will just spend 8 hours a day doing it.
Okay, so you're doing it the way intended.
Yeah, I'm doing it in the same amount of time, and not taking it exhaustion.
So you're taking the maximum amount of time. Still gonna need a wisdom roll, but your DC is much lower because you're still forcing yourself to stare into a book for 8 hours a day. This is still mentally exhausting.
I don't know if it's interesting.
It's not really. I mean,
Damn it. I tried.
you're reading a self-help manual. Come on now.
You know what? I'm a monk. I would argue that is still interesting to me. But nah, I understand.
It's also fucking dense. I mean, these tomes are not, tiny.
And just a straight wisdom check, not a save.
Wisdom check, not a save. Okay, you're tired and mentally fatigued, but not enough to take a level of exhaustion. And your exhaustion will be gone by the time he's done with his book.
Oh, okay. I will reduce it by 0 then.
Since he's taking the full time.
Only 6 days in the rated. We're doing it in 3.
Well, he did it in 3. You did it in 6 because you took the full period.
Well, 8 hours a day, 8, 16, 24.
You need 48.
Oh, it's 48.
Yeah.
Oh, duh. Yeah, I don't mind doing it in 6 days. It's like, bro, we're not in a rush.
True, but if you've completed it sooner, that would leave you with downtime to do other stuff.
Well, I don't have any plans besides to.
Because you see now David has 3 days of downtime that he can use to train or whatever.
Yep.
Kenshi, on the other hand, has 4 days of downtime.
Oh, that's right. I can't edit it because I'm the GM. Damn it! Then why do I make myself these sheets?
I don't know. Why do you make yourself these sheets? Would you like me to see if I can give you permission to edit it outside of GM mode?
It's a handout, so you can't. I'll
Is
put
David cheap reference?
it should be under there. It just says Kodo training.
What's that? I'm pretty sure I can give you the ability to edit handouts. Yeah, it can be edited by.
No, well then.
Boom goes the dynamite.
Oh.
So yeah, if you have anything training or crafting you want to do in that time period, you have days to do that.
Only thing I would do, since it's only 8 hours in a 24-hour day, because I'm being a normal person.
This is dependent on what you're trying to do in addition, because game assumes 8-hour workday, and then the rest of the period, the other 6 hours of resting like a normal person.
Well, my resting would still be doing normal physical training.
Okay, yeah, you're doing normal training. That's not the benefit of downtrine training. So you are maintaining your existing. You're not getting a benefit like learning.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get any extra benefits. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Just clarify that. I'm not trying to get extra benefits.
You're just trying to stay fit.
Yeah. I'm trying to be a normal person.
I'd like to announce I now have 124 HP.
Hoorah!
I can survive 2 extra arrows.
What a bit.
Oh, that's right. And it's Tristan's game. You're going to get full of arrows.
Like D10 plus Dex, I think I can make up that difference.
You see, still though, even if you use minion rules, it's going to be like there's going to be multiple arrows.
Don't worry, you're probably not going to be the ire of Tristan this time. Then again, you are the God King. I'm only a dragonborn in the capital of the Republic. Eventually.
Oh wait, this is Corvus when they have guns.
Yep. All sorts of guns, because I got options on my guns.
I don't know how many bullets I can take, I just know how many arrows I can take.
Oh, better question.
About
Are
the same amount.
guns
Bullets and
still
guns do very
considered
similar
exotic?
damage.
Are guns still exotic? I can't remember.
Guns, 5e does not have exotic weapons, but guns are a separate proficiency.
Cool.
It goes
Damn
simple martial firearms.
Cool. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yeah, I believe I clarified that before, but yeah, I will happily reiterate that again. And I know there are several gun-based classes, both in the compendium as well as like the gunslinger fighter, and the artificer of all things gets gun proficiency.
Have you guys seen the new Unearthed Arcana that got announced for Dragonborn?
Yes, I did. I am very happy. It means I can have options for my Dragonborn.
Does it mean I can have those options?
Well, the sub-race you would take, you already have.
Are they
I don't
just
recall
dividing the elements in the sub-races?
Yeah, instead of you have metallic Dragonborn and chromatic Dragonborn, as opposed to just Dragonborn pick an element. They split those into sub-races.
That's right. But they also made it where it has scaling damage for a cantrip. It's a cantrip progression for his damage. And it's a bonus action.
Dragonborn breath weapon already scaled.
I just remember that I currently have like 10 d6 or something like that.
Yes, because I used a different one that said it was a proficiency bonus times 2 d6s that you can use as a pool. Now they did increase the number of uses, because I think they did it as proficiency per short. No, I think it's twice.
Yes, proficient. It's the the number of times of your proficiency bonus or something like that.
Okay, so yeah, they changed the proficiency bonus, whereas originally it was you only use it once per short rest. But yeah, it had cantrip progression already. Yeah, what I had done was double the number of dice that you got. So at your level, you have 10d6 that you can distribute however you see fit per short rest. So you can do 5 2d6s or 1, 10d6 or whatever per short rest.
And you can do it as part of your attack instead of it being its own attack.
Yeah.
Like currently.
And that part I don't mind if you want to just mix it into your attacks.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Give me more variety than here's some d8s. Here's some more d8s.
And the feats that they gave you are also eligible for, assuming you are the correct type of Dragonborn.
I don't recall the feats, but
I remember what the metallic one did, and I remember what the gem one did. I think the chromatic one was you got a D4 of elemental damage that you could attach to a weapon.
I hope a feat does more than that. These are 5e feats, not 3-5 feats.
Well, that was it had multiple things on it. That was just the one that stuck that I remembered. Anyway. So, between y'all dicking around reading your books and travel time, it will take you 17 and a half, 18 days to get to Corvus from your current position. Silly question.
silly answer maybe?
What happened to the wagon marker?
That's a good question.
It's not on the map. Unless I'm blind.
Yeah, it's not on the map.
I wasn't sure if you had, accidentally moved it or something when you were moving people around.
Don't believe so.
Okay.
You said, was it 18 days?
18 days counting travel time.
Okay.
Taking like 17 and a half, I'm rounding up.
Ooh, yay, almost done with the thing that, in retrospect, I just kind of wasted time on, so I can't give it to the person I was making it for.
Hmm. Well, she might decide to come back.
Okay, curiosity's getting the better of me. What is this thing that you're making? And who is it for?
It's a defensive item Kodo was making for Cortana.
Mm. Oh yeah, that takes forever to make.
Yeah. I started on it before this, I guess, hiatus occurred.
Fuck, that was a long time ago. Like, before the Dreaming Pool levels a time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's not letting me drop the wagon, but I don't know if that's if the computer being derpy or Roll20 being derpy.
That's weird. But, okay, I guess we're traveling.
Yeah.
Have the load screen with our sprites walking along the load bar.
After 18 days, you are finally free of the swampy morass of the region known as Widower's Wood. The black twisted trees parting and the ever-present mist finally thinning and clearing around you. Ahead is Corvus, known as the City of Ghosts. A stout wall surrounds an impossibly dense mass of stone structures. Granite and marble spires, some topped with gold embellishments, burst through the fog and smoke at street level and reach for the heavens. A tangle of bridges and arches ensnare everything in a stony grasp, and after so long in the woods, it's an impressive sight. Closer in, once past the initial grandeur, the stains and cracks can be seen, with buildings askew, with cornels sinking into unstable foundations. This old city struggles to maintain a bright facade against the relentless erosion of the rivers of time.
I'd like to clarify within a day of travel, I'd probably be wearing my armor and walking there. in pace with the wagon.
Making your way across the great stone bridge that leads into the city, you are greeted by the sight of one of the most industrial cities on the continent. All around you are signs of various machinery and artificer and concoctions, various steam engines and arcane powered devices moving about, smokestacks reaching towards the heavens. A thin layer of soot-like fog coating the area.
Kodo will snort. This is what progress does. Such nice air.
I say the smell of smoke and steam, filling your nostrils.
Do I need to remind you whose idea it was to begin with? By the way, don't go biting people because you don't like technology.
I didn't found the Republic.
But you led to all this stuff being here.
As I recall my history, this stuff was here before him in some capacity.
Oh, he was the king for the extended period of time, so it's not like he did anything to make it better. That's what I was trying to point out.
Well, they've had 1,000 years of to mulligan it, and considering he was ousted by a bunch of artificers, I'm not surprised it went this way.
Okay, that's fair.
It's like, but since humans have a hard time with magic, they've decided to compensate with machinery. This is the result.
Still, don't go biting people because you don't like the machinery.
Oh, no, after getting a whiff of this, I'm sure they're punishing themselves.
No, I'm pretty sure it's not all bad. You just have to find the right areas of the city. It's nice.
It's like you hear somebody clap you on the back. It's like it's not so bad once you get used to it.
Yes, I'll turn around.
You see a familiar blonde woman, grinning from ear to ear. I'm glad you guys finally made it.
I mean, we only had to pick up some wayward monks.
Yeah, details.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's still in the wagon with us. The part of that with us. Because we just got to the gates.
As you're mentioning that, they stick their head out, look around their surroundings, start piling out. Like, thank you. I think we can make it from here.
Good luck.
Unless you guys were supposed to get paid on delivery or something, or
we should at least probably go and see it through to the end.
Kodo will shrug, not really caring.
All right, well, guess we'll direct then.
Sure.
They will direct you to the Temple of Ayun that passes as the local Cobalt Reserve, Cobalt Soul facility.
Hey, it's a church. It's at least better than sitting in a street full of artificers for you, isn't it?
I'm more concerned about all the steam and the smoke.
Welcome to the Republic. Visibility of about 30 feet on a good day.
Oh, why am I here?
Well,
I'm guessing you're here to drop them off, because if you're not there for that, then you're probably here because Kenshi asked you to come here because I needed you guys' help.
That is right. You did ask for help with something in Corvus.
Yeah, okay.
I almost
Fuck up,
completely
we're
forgot
getting
that.
better about it. This is after the environmental protection law was passed.
Kind of cringes.
At least it's clean smoke now.
Cleaner.
No, they got some kind of weird bullshit magical filters on it now. It's non-toxic. Still fucks with visibility, but apparently it won't. The clerics don't have to heal your lungs or whatever. I don't know. That goes above my head.
Huh. Never had to worry about that.
That's because you lived in the good parts of town. You didn't have to worry about black lung and stuff as if you were a coal miner.
I thought it was because he was a part dragon. Probably helps.
Again, I'm not a nerd, so I don't know about that.
Just because I lived in the nicer parts of town when I was younger doesn't mean I was always there.
Yeah, but not everyone can spew acid from their chests, so...
And as I understand it, this is a long-term exposure thing, so I doubt you hung out long enough down there to downwind to have that problem.
It's not from my chest, it's from my mouth.
Does it just appear?
I'm
figured it has
not-
to come from somewhere.
I am not a biologist.
Neither am I.
I just thought it was just snot.
Let's go with that.
It's not that.
Aurora was right. Let's go with that. It's totally that.
It is totally not that. Because then I'd be sneezing on you, and that... I don't do that.
It's facts now.
I've seen a dragon sneeze acid.
I have yet.
That sounds like a personal problem.
Sounds like you need a tissue. Criv needs a tissue. Let's get him a tissue. Anyone have any leather?
Dragons aren't really a thing, so are you talking about wyverns?
Actually, I'm talking about an actual dragon, but that's because I'm awesome.
Uh-huh. Totally. You've seen dragons.
I've seen one. Just because the metallics abandoned us doesn't mean the chromatics don't pop up occasionally.
They are so few and far between, I find that hard to believe. Then again, knowing you.
From what I've heard, you've met a dragon too.
Green.
It was a green one hanging out over
Yeah.
near Van Dalen, I think it was.
Yep.
So don't be giving me shit about seeing dragons.
I said they're few and far between, not extinct. And like I said, I find it hard to believe, but it's coming from you, so I could kind of believe it.
I bet she suplexed one.
Exactly. That would be a sight to watch.
I imagine it's much like suplexing a lightning rail. I haven't done it.
I'm curious to try, but I haven't done that either.
I am pretty sure you wouldn't survive that one, Kodo.
Did I? You're not going to see me standing in front of one of those things.
At least you're smart.
Anyway. Having dropped the monks off, Aurora will proceed to direct you towards another church in the district.
Oh boy, more churches.
Where's my handout? Lore! I need my lore handout. Why are my handouts in triplicate?
Because you're a bureaucrat.
I mean, Religions of Ladrina, triplicate, everything else duplicate. Hey, at least it's not doing that to house rules. At least there's that.
this would be the Temple of Linium,
They're not familiar with Millennium.
god of creation, devotion, and physical labors.
Huh.
So lithium got you.
Yes, lithium, often paired with the goddess Ion.
Horrible.
So Aurora, you worship, or is this just a gig?
Actually, neither. This is a favor.
Ah.
Getting a favor out of you? Oh man, that's
or you're
interesting.
doing me a favor. There's some weird shit going down, and unfortunately, I can't stick around to look into it. And I was hoping that you guys would look into it for me. I'm worried about my friend, and there's some weird shit going on around her and the church, and I don't have the time to look into it, and I'm really worried.
Well, what is your friend's name?
Kalina.
Have you met this person before?
They
On
think,
off chance?
they think about it, pondering for a second, and then like snap his fingers, like, "Oh, the frigid bitch!" It's like, "Yeah, that one."
There has to be a story for that nickname, but I'm not. Are you saying there's cult-like shenanigans like the last place we met you?
Maybe, I don't know.
It involves this church.
Prelate Dumas, the guy who runs the church, Kalina's uncle, can give you the details. I'll make introductions, and then I got to catch a boat. But something about grave robberies going on around the city.
Okay, that's just fucking disgusting.
That combined with like rumors of like undead and stuff moving around from the Underdark, especially around the mountains. But locally, the stuff I'm actually concerned with right now is like, I'm going off to check the other thing, but just around the city, there's been a rash of grave robberies and stuff that, and they seem to be somewhat connected to all the graves that were hit are graves that have been interned by this church.
Huh. Well, that's interesting. And do you know what the city guard is doing about this?
What the who? I'm sorry, you broke up for a second.
Do you know what the city guard's been doing about this?
They've been doing.
If you don't, that's fine.
They did like token investigation, but they don't really have any leads, and they don't they're kind of concerned with movements down south, so they've been slightly understaffed because some of them have been pulled for other duties.
Of course.
And so between the stuff going on, along the the mountain borders and rumors of Drakengard movements down south, it's where everybody's getting who can fight is getting stretched a little thin.
Yeah.
So I figured since you guys are unaffiliated or on detached duty, I might be able to pull you aside for a minute and get you look into this for me.
I remember why I don't like the capital. It's politics. And that's what's happening here. That's allowing this to happen.
Is it politics or just manpower issues?
It'd be both. Everyone believes their own thing is more important than the other. Because there's not enough people, it leads to politics.
I suppose it's just we have lots of things happening at once in different places, and only so many trained guys to deal with it.
What was his name? Dumas?
Yeah, Prelate Dumas.
Okay.
Duhaste?
Dumas.
He also responds to Father Dumas. Just don't confuse it for dumbass. I did that once. Did not go over well.
I'm older than him. I'm sure I can get away with it.
I will not let you do that with an arm's reach of me. I'm just going to warn you now.
Okay.
You do not disrespect your elders. Then again,
He's not my elder.
they don't know how old you are. That's why I said stay outside of my arm's reach.
That seems like a problem for an abacus.
Don't be rude to people with authority. It'll make our jobs harder.
Sure, yeah.
It's not like you have the ultimate authority anymore.
I didn't like me then.
So
Other
respect
people can have the authority.
Which means you have to respect the authority because they're at least dealing with it.
I was the authority, and it turned out not to be good. Why would I respect authority now?
Because they're clearly doing a better job.
Points to smog.
It's better than it was, in recent, in my lifetime. We're working on it.
No, I believe you. I'm just making a point, looks to Kriv.
It's still progress and fixing things.
You want pristine air? Go east or west.
We're going to the fancy parts of the city.
Well, even the fancy parts of the city have smog. It's just less because it's upwind.
True.
I mean, hey, at least our air's better than the north.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's not have air that causes you to go insane and disappear. All sorts of crazy rumors about it. Let's not have that.
Hey, you can't blame that one on me. Wasn't involved.
Sure, David. Sure.
Okay, so...
Kodo himself was not involved.
Yeah, Kodo wasn't involved. So, Aurora, any other tips with handling this fatherly person?
Let's see. Prefers to be called father. Reasonably decent guy. Just they're all kind of overworked right now because a lot of the churches are understaffed currently. Something about the shortage of priests. I don't know if I haven't been able to track down whether that's just people not signing up or whether they've all been transferred. I'm still trying to figure out the logistics of that.
If such large scale things are happening like you're expecting, I'd imagine at least the healers have been dispatched.
It's like, yeah, that was my understanding because most of the guys currently manning the shrines in the churches are actually what's the word Kalina used? Lay priests. That it's like they joined the church, but they don't necessarily have the divine spark.
Hmm. They don't have the permission slip for the divine gate.
Something like that. Yeah. I'm guessing that means they can't heal. They can just wave their book around and act all important.
Huh. Well, I'm liking this less. Actually, you know what?
Like, ooh, look at me! I can call down the wrath of God. My fist hits harder than the wrath of God.
Well, I don't think I'll be much good in conversation with these kinds of people. So,
well, if you're talking about Father Dumas, like he's not the judgy type. He's not gonna shove his religion down your throat or anything, and he actually is in need of help. So I don't see him being a dick to you, when he's asking you for a favor, especially if I'm making the introduction.
Okay.
And this kind of affects him and the reputation of his church. So, and he is actually concerned about the well-being of his parishioners, both living and dead.
So he sounds like a relatively good person.
And given that this is the oldest cathedral on the island, well, oldest cathedral in the city. I mean, it's on its own. You'll see when we get there, but it's the oldest cathedral, so it does have a little bit of a reputation.
Okay, speaking out of character, it's Kame House.
Not quite. It's like
Close.
It's like when you get there, you see it's like you see how Corvus is kind of sticking out into the river on a peninsula.
Yeah.
The church itself is on a small island just off of the peninsula, connected by 2 small bridges.
Okay.
As are a couple of the other sectors of the city, or it's not like Venice or anything, but it's just a small out. They built it on a small outcropping out to the side.
Okay.
Well. Connected to it by 2 short bridges, there's a small graveyard on the premises. In addition to and within that graveyard is an imposing granite tomb that lies just outside the entrance to the cathedral. There's also several other small outlying buildings on the island, stables, what's probably a small dormitory, and some storage sheds. The building itself is a large, ornate building, possibly dating to either the earliest days of the Republic, or possibly, given the architectural style, shortly prior to the founding of the Republic. It's much less industrial, much more like organically
Gothic.
Somewhat Gothic, and given the smoothness of the structure, you might surmise that it might have been more shaped from the material as opposed to actually constructed. Similar to some of the buildings one might see in the Silken Empire, where they use magic to actually draw the building from the elements versus carving out stone and stacking it like a normal structure. But certainly, again, very Gothic, large steeples, pointy spires, fancy windows.
Oh, look, it's history. Don't go destroying it.
It's okay. I'm sure that well, I'm sure it'll take care of itself. That island looks a little small.
Well, it's been bequeathed by the crown for the purposes of the church.
No, I'm just looking at the water level.
You're thinking about doing things that God King would do.
No, I'm not gonna do a thing. I'm just pointing out it'd be very unfortunate if the weather were to turn sour.
David floods the church. Tristan closes the PDF. I was like, well, that was Witchfire Trilogy, everyone.
That would be funny if that actually is the case. Like, oh, it's done.
Well, I'm pretty sure it can be salvaged, but I'd certainly have to close part 1. And getting to part 2 would be interesting, because it's like, okay, you don't know part 2's happening, so why would you pursue the leads you're supposed to pursue to get to part 2? So in some ways, we'd almost jump straight to part 3, where you just wake up and I was like, whoa, where did all this happen? Shit got real when I wasn't looking.
And did I blame Koto even more?
So, Kriv, I believe we're supposed to be heading towards an important conversation. How about we just go inside? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit.
Well, don't forget, I actually have a lot more faith in you than my petty comments will actually ever admit to you.
Oh,
so
yeah, I remember.
I guess we should go talk to this person instead of having our petty arguments, which I'm pretty sure Kenshi would love to make a comment, or Aurora. Probably Aurora. Aurora.
I'm sure she's resisting getting us both.
I'd be surprised she calls an old married couple at this point.
I'm too dainty for you.
I I didn't say there's any basis in reality. But knowing her, as I proceed to stare at her.
No. Hey, I did eat him once.
What you two do in your private time is none of my business.
Yes, he technically killed me.
That just makes it extra kinky.
Ugh.
Well, this is what happens when he gets near vampires. He goes a little crazy.
Oh, I'm familiar with that. I think Kenshi does the same thing.
Coda will make a gesture towards the very unfortunate building. As if to be like, let's go.
He's realized he will lose. Well, since I'm in my armor, I'll just go in there. After I step on the bridge to make sure it won't collapse.
Okay.
That would be embarrassing. Oh, shit.
Okay. Aurora will lead you towards the cathedral. Banging on the door, the giant oaken doors a couple times before shoving them wide. I was like, yo, Father Demas! Shouting at the top of her lungs as she starts walking in. The church itself on the inside is, it could be cleaner, but it's, not, untidy by any means. You do see, two acolytes doing their best to try and maintain the structure.
Oh, I should have asked this earlier. What's Corvus's general standing with yokai?
It's the Republic.
As with most of the Republic, is they've got they are not engaged in any active hostilities or anything. It is as anywhere else uncommon to see true yokai walking about in their citizenry, and uncommon to see the lesser yokai, but not unheard of.
Okay.
So your presence might attract the odd stare or whisper, but not anything untoward or.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be all pointed at me, the Dragonborn.
As you are in you are in the most major city in the country. This is probably the Republic is diverse to begin with, but this is probably the most diverse settlement of that diversity. So.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if like Corvus had any like peculiarities.
Not when it comes to racial distributions or anything.
Okay.
Again, it is the biggest melting pot because it is the major trade hub. So it is actually not implausible to see maybe even a few true yokai merchants here, though those are uncommon. You might even see a few under flag of truce type Dragon Guard trade ships or representatives of the Empire doing trade. Independent merchant companies and stuff that are within the Empire and doing trade where they can due to limit resources.
And that we're technically not at war with them currently. At least so far.
I don't think there's been an official declaration.
There has not been. You are still technically in Cold War status, but there have been rumors of uptick in skirmishes along the borders. Or at least there was before the recent rash of weird shit pouring out of the mountains and any other opening to the Underdark that has not been closed. It's like undead and other unholy abominations that, have only been heard of in myth and legend. And that seems to be happening all over the continent, so any hostilities that might have been ramping up have kind of gotten sidetracked.
Because undead hordes. Got it.
It's like, you're not gonna, worry about invading the country to the north when an undead Ultralisk pours out of the...
The mountain between you and them.
Yeah. Like, well, we were going to do that, but let's take care of this first.
Okay.
Because it's between us and the guy we're invading.
Oh, to answer your question from one of our earlier conversations, it is Ultra Self. For Master of Myriad Forms.
Oh, Master of Myriad Forms. Okay. That's different from Mask of Many Faces, which is what you said originally.
Okay.
Because Mask of Many Faces is Disguise Self.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just like I said, don't mind me. I am the Dragonborn. If anything, I'd be the one that gets the most deadpan, evil glares.
You're actually probably getting the most strange looks, but it's not because you are Dragonborn, because you actually do see a few other Dragonborn around. It's because you are a Dragonborn in Imperial armor. Or, I'm sorry, in Crown Guard armor.
Yes, that's true too.
Yeah, it's not because you're a Dragonborn for once. Though you do have the odd distinction of being the only Dragonborn moving about that either is not wearing Drakengard attire and accompanied by a police escort, or or walking around in Republic civilian garb.
Oh man, I'd hate to see what happens if I go near the port right now.
After her momentary shouting, a old man on a cane, comes out from the back, shouting right back at her. It's like, oh, cut your racket! I heard you! I heard you! Trying to wake the
something.
dead?
I don't know. Waking it dead and then putting it back to rest would probably be easier.
Forgive me if I'd rather she didn't do that. I'm having, look around and, just see him and you guys in the acolytes. Like, I'm having a hard enough time keeping them in their graves as it is.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I take it you're the ones Aurora was telling me could help? I'm Father Dumas. Lady Aurora speaks very highly of your capabilities. I hope she isn't exaggerating any more than usual, at least. And she'll just, stick her tongue out at him.
I will almost feel insulted, but I will just hold it in.
Well, that's my good deed for the day. I'm gonna bounce. You guys have fun. Y'all have the sending stone to reach me if you have any problems, and good luck. She'll give you the double peace sign deuces and just kind of back out the door.
By the way, don't get rid of all of them. Save some for us.
No promises.
Actually, more important, don't destroy the mountains.
Double no promises.
At least turn it into fertile land if you do.
Fire! Can't do that.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, whatever.
It's like, old man sighs as she's, thank the gods. Love that girl to death, but she is a exhausting trip.
Oh no, are you casting something on me? Oh no. What are you casting?
I think he just gave you advantage on wisdom.
Advantage on charisma.
Oh, actually. I'm sorry. So he buffed you.
Cool. This is just going to be even more awkward.
Alright, anyway, assuming you guys want the details, have a seat. Here to answer any questions you have.
Well, as I'm sure my friend was going to go into, I believe there's been, essentially something missing of late?
That's one way of putting it. There's been a rash of grave robberies. So far, 7 bodies have been taken. Started about a month ago.
So started just before we were having fun in the lovely tower.
So, I think there's been no indications of necromancy.
Or at least none yet, as of yet. Is that correct?
I wouldn't know anything about that. We haven't recovered any of the bodies to. We have no idea what happened to them. They're just gone.
Okay. So, about the bodies. Are they commoners? Are they artisans? Like, who are they?
Various people from about the town. Nobody of any real significance that I'm aware of anyway. He'll reach into his robe and hand you a slip of paper. Like, these are note. This is all I know about the victims. Let's see. Who's taking the note?
I shall take the note.
Okay, passing it to you. You'll see a scrap of paper with a hastily written but relatively legible scroll. There are what is this? 5 names on it. The Silva family. I'm sorry, 6 names. The Silva and Monsetta families. It's located in the city of Corvus' northern graveyard. The Gaddick family, located on the Gaddick family farm outside of the eastern city gate. The Sunbright family, located on the Sunbright estate in the southern part of the city. The Hopless family and the Burkett families, eastern boneyard just outside of the city gate. So I'm sorry, 7. I said 7 before, so that makes sense. And the Fullett family, located on the Fullett family farm north of the city.
What are their races? Is there any correlation, like between age, the cause of their deaths, anything like that?
No correlation that I'm aware of. All of them human, to my knowledge, or possibly the families are human at least. If they are of mixed heritage, it was far enough down the line that not to my knowledge, but
how accessible were the bodies? Were they entombed? Were they given personal caretakers?
Well, 4 of the bodies were taken from the various boneyards in the city, so they're just open the normal grave sites. I must admit it's been a while since I've visited the family plots, but so I'm not sure what arrangements they had made for those who were located outside the city.
Has there been any, considering how recent this is, has there been any recent birthing of noteworthy travelers? Any kind of unusual travelers?
Not to my knowledge, at least. But I don't. Aside from dealing with various affairs that might require to deal with with the magistrate or whatever, I don't leave the church very often anymore.
On a similar note to travelers, has there been any upticks in organized crime in the capital?
Not that I'm aware of, but any upticks like that may have gotten lost in the shuffle. The city is currently preparing for the rowdy crowds that come with the Longest Night Festival that's coming up soon. So any upticks in crime that have occurred may have just been written off as part of people coming into town for that.
What was the name of the festival again?
Longest Night.
Is that local or one I can look up in the world notes?
It is not in the world notes.
Okay.
I can go look it up, but
I feel like I would definitely know this one.
You probably would. And I will probably have to go find it because they do not include that in the sidebar here.
Oh no.
Let's see if I can Google without the computer exploding. Because I have to find it in the PDF. It'll take forever.
I am refusing to look for it because it's a simple festival, but if I find it, then I'll find the book, which means I will have to try to resist temptation. I'm not going to put myself in that position. I like to be pleasantly surprised by this.
There we go. Iron Kingdom's wiki.
Oh, it's from that.
Well, this is Iron Kingdom's module, so yes.
Oh, that's right. For some reason, I was thinking that was actually a part of within the module itself, not specifically within the.
Well, the module is an Iron Kingdom's module.
Oh, that's right. The entire world, everything about the world would be in that one book.
So, the longest night is a triennial event that falls upon the winter solstice. It is a numberless day conceived of by the innovators of the calendar to compensate for a third of the day difference between an ordinary year and the astronomical year. So, it's daylight savings and leap day.
Combined.
Yeah.
Cool.
This nocturnal festival is observed in most of the regions and includes heavy drinking, music, and dancing. Celebrants often dress as the dead, and the festivities may include fireworks, and in many places the longest night is a 3-night celebration. So, I probably should include this, but in the write-up for the...
Yeah.
And reading this, I imagine that each of the nations probably had their own version of it.
What it might be called is different, though.
And how they celebrate it is different. Like, the yokai probably just acknowledge it like we do February 29th.
It's like, oh, it's a day.
Because, their lives are so fucking long they don't give a fuck.
Which is fair.
The Drakengard probably treat it more as like a life day celebration type thing. It's like, hey, we made it another year in this shithole, huzzah!
Oh god, they're vacua.
Yes.
No, I only read the comment just because it's so hard to live here, as mentioned twice in every chapter.
That's it's a fucking desert.
And it's not like there's a lot of oasis.
Okay, and
they only made it habitable by enslaving the Jinn.
And I believe you mentioned that it's a celebration of the solstice.
It falls upon the winter solstice. It is
Kodo will facepalm.
Yeah, we're coming up on Christmas.
Kodo will double facepalm.
We're coming up on Kodo Day. But yeah, it's not a huge. It's not like a huge calendar holiday like Christmas or anything. It is a day to celebrate to make the calendar line up. So more than a greeting card holiday, but less than a. It's kind of like Mardi Gras or Cinco de Mayo, in terms of importance.
Oh,
it's an excuse to party, not so much a major religious holiday.
So it's time for some for some top offs then.
That's it. Given the nature of the holiday, it probably is one that goes back to way before the Republic, in some capacity at least.
Yeah. I'll just have Crib speak. Kodo will be face popping for a good few seconds. You're doing the Picard double.
So no interesting organized crime upticks.
At least, again, not interesting. That I'm aware of.
No unusual travelers that you're aware of. And all we have is a list of places where these people were buried, so we can go look at the evidence. Or what's left of the evidence at this point.
Koto, as you are having this discussion, you notice movement in the rectory above you. Oh, movement from Brian. Okay.
You say life of Brian.
The life of Brian, yeah.
Suddenly, you see Tibbs is in the rafters.
As you see movement in your periphery above you, looking up into the rectory, you see a figure glaring down at the lot of you in the worship space.
Does it feel like entitlement?
Yes, it does.
This pure aura of resting bitch face is overpowering.
I just imagine that the expression that girl from the Jobless Reincarnation has.
It's like the Kenpachi Zaraki of overpressing aura of resting bitch face. And she's there for maybe a few moments before she turns and just continues along the upper balcony area where you saw her.
Huh. I guess that is your friend, Kenshi.
Hmm. Well, Kriv didn't see it. That was just Kodo.
Oh, that was just Kodo? Okay.
Yeah, your passive wasn't high enough to spot her.
Okay, that's fine. The way you described it is like, wait, she had just like the right point so that everyone could see resting bitch face arrogance?
No. That was purely Kodo because his passive perception is high enough to catch her on the floor above you, looking down.
Ah. Fair enough.
She's
So,
up
yeah,
there,
just...
like where the pipe organ maintenance area would be.
So,
can I? Well, it's not going to do much. Can I make an insight for those few moments of resting bitch face?
Oh, by all means.
This isn't going to be good. Kodo's not good with people anymore.
She's hard to read at this distance.
Okay.
You get what you can tell from here is, disinterest.
Oh, he's having another meeting. Fuck him. I'm moving on.
And perhaps a level of annoyance?
Outsiders, okay.
Well, I would say she probably was aware that her friend was here, and we're probably here because of her friend. So she might be seeing Kenshi. I don't know how much that Kenshi is trying to hide his presence.
He's just sitting there with the rest of you. He's got his cloak on, hood up as per usual to keep the sun out, but.
Well, let me rephrase that. Is he trying to be inconspicuous, is what I'm saying?
No more so than usual. I mean, he's not hiding or anything. He's just sitting on the pews with you guys. He's probably one pew back from you guys, leaning on the backrest of the one in front of him.
Ah.
So he's there and engaged. He's there. He's there to be engaged in the conversation.
Cool. I was just kind of curious because I know Kenshi's there. I know he is participating. But at the same time, it's just like, is he being conspicuous? Is he being inconspicuous?
No, he's not being the stereotype rogue hiding in the shadowest corner, smoking or whatever.
Does
I mean, don't mind me. I'm just sitting here with a buffed charisma and Imperial Carter.
It's like and Kodo will stop face palming as he speaks up. Does well, no, you answered that earlier. Apologies, never mind. It sounds like we should personally investigate these instances, provided that at least the ones on the estates will let us take a gander.
That was certainly my hope. Yes, I don't have the resources to do it myself, and I'm getting on in years, as you can tell, so I can't. Some of these are just too far for me to travel at a reasonable pace, and I've got duties here that I have to attend to anyway. So I'd asked Aurora to look into it, but she said she was busy. But she did recommend you guys.
So
it seems like you had nothing better to
do. If only. But I cannot look away from people who need help. So, going off my memory of the city, because I assume not too much has changed, but I at least know a rough idea before I pull up a map of how far away the furthest point is. Like, just in general, like, how long it would take to go from place to place.
Well, you're not familiar with these specific individual farms that are located outside of the city.
Okay, the individual farms I'm not, but the estates within the city. And like the common graders.
You can make me a history check to see if you're familiar with any of the names.
History. 18. Because I only have a +2.
Based on your current location, none of them are particularly far away. Obviously, the ones inside the city are closer than the ones outside the city. Um, let's see. Eastern Boneyard is just outside the city gate, which is Eastern Gate would have been the one you came in. Um, Sunbright Estate is on the southern part of town, also not particularly far. Is it? Most of these are at most a couple hours walk, at most, and that's more terrain dependent.
Cool. And they're all basically spread out within the area, so there's not like a common location, like an area of the city. So
No. Two were in the northern graveyard. Two were in the eastern graveyard, and the others were on private estates of some capacity.
cool.
But all considered local.
I kind of figured they would all be local. I was just trying to gauge, like, if we go to one, will we be able to go to the other still, kind of thing.
It shouldn't take you more than a day to check out all of them. You can do them all in one. You can check, in theory, investigations and talking pending. You could probably do them all in a day.
Cool.
So you would have gotten into town afternoon. You could probably be done by early to mid evening.
If we started immediately, it would be done before dusk. That's what you're saying?
Maybe shortly after dusk. If you got started, say, within the hour. Or you can set your own pace. So just, you were asking. It's like, given the proximity and your knowledge of the city, unforeseen, traffic hiccups or whatever aside, you probably could get this done by, again, early to mid evening. So like just after dusk.
Okay. So in that case,
And this is a big city, so it's not like things shut down at sundown or anything.
yeah, I'm not concerned about that part. I was just trying to think of how long it would take after 18 days of travel. Do you guys want to do this now? Or you guys want to at least find a place to put our Bardot in before we go do this?
Well, the priest will perk out. Like, well, I was getting to that. I can't offer you much in reward, but you are certainly welcome to stay here at the guest facilities we have at the church. Any animals or whatever you have to, we can take care of in the stable. We have plenty of food to go around, so you can, I can ensure you're reasonably well fed.
The pragmatist in me is like, I can't deny this offer, but the Dragonborn part of me is like, the Dragonborn noble part of me is like, I could just go over there. I'd have to deal with family, but I could at least go over there. It's nicer. So Crib is just going to look conflicted because he wants to say yes, but he can't convince himself to.
No,
Yeah, I'm just sitting there contemplating this conflicted look.
I say, this is a decision point. I can't weigh in on this one. What's the meme? It's free real estate.
The frigid individual that I had caught an eye of. Was there any indication that she actually stayed here? I know she has connection with the father, from what Aurora was saying, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she stays here. Was there any kind of indication from?
Not that you could tell in a 10.
Okay.
Hmm.
I
I got a whole list of questions on here that could be on there.
Hello, folks.
It's a Brian.
welcome.
Guess what? We're in a religious place, and it is not for your God.
Why'd you have to phrase like that? Now he's gonna burn it down.
That ellipses is a scary ellipses. How do I
Yeah.
make it here?
He'll be fine. He's lawful good. We're in a lawful neutral church. A lawful neutral.
I think it's lawful neutral. Let me double check
Yeah.
that.
It's lawful neutral. I checked.
Yeah.
Linium. Domain is Forge. Doesn't me saying it as a player just because of the fact that I know I would not give a shit about this. As a person.
You may not give a shit about it, but the giant forge icon on the pulpit behind you is probably a good clue.
True. I'm just saying that Kriv himself would not really give that much of a shit. Although technically he's a blacksmith, so I guess he would at least somewhat give a shit.
I'd say you do at least be familiar with the deity. But you probably do say a prayer to them every time you quench.
True. True.
In which case,
I will start at the top for you, Brian.
thank you.
You guys were, after dealing with the wizards in the last adventure, you were rewarded with a tome that will allow you to increase one stat by +2. If it is already at 20, this allows you to bring it up to 22.
Jesus fuck. Okay.
Yep, it's one of those.
Yeah, it's one of the manual of attribute enhancement, or each one has a different name, but yeah, so I need to know what attribute Tibbs would want to raise. You have to spend 48 straight out. You have to spend a total of 48 hours reading the book within a maximum of a 6-day period. So I will need to know which stat you're raising and how you want to do it. David tried to do it in 2 days. Kriv tried to do it in 6. As an example.
Okay.
I decided to be nice and safe and simple.
As I think trying to do it faster, as it does leave you days of downtime to try and do some other downtime activity.
Oh, okay.
Kriv has none of, so you didn't worry.
Cool. And I unfortunately did not. And you said we leveled up, so
Yeah,
but
you guys hit level 20.
Yeah, I did not.
That's fine.
Not raise that. Oh, I'm sorry.
No big deal. It just means you have to do it before next session.
Okay. Go.
But the book thing is not contingent on the level 20, so you can still do that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna say I'm gonna check my character sheet, and I can tell you in about 5 minutes which one I'm going to select. It is more than likely not going to be one of my stats. That is, let's see. Yeah, I gotta think about that one.
I know David and Eric both went to get a stat of 22. So you're not necessarily required to do that if you want to raise a low stat instead.
What I did was raise
fair.
the third stat to 20, and next time I level up and I don't feel like taking a feat, I'll just bump it up to 22 and have a +6 in Wisdom, which will give me an inherent +11 instead of just a +10 for my unarmored defense.
Following that, the party spent 18 days traveling to the Republic capital of Corvus.
It was 12, but 6 days including how
18.
long I took.
Yeah, it was 18 days total between the reading time and the travel time. Where you arrived in the capital of Corvus, think Victorian London, right down to the smog. New clean air legislation has passed that that has cleaned up the air to the point where you have a visible range of 30 feet now, as opposed to what you had before.
And it won't give you black lung.
And they have put filters in place so it no longer gives black lung. It is a progress. It's not perfect, but it's progress. Wherein you guys delivered the monks back to the Temple of Ioun, were greeted by Aurora, who dropped you off at the Church of Linium, asking you to do her a favor and talk to a Father Dumas about a rash of grave robberies that has been occurring in the area.
I call him Duhast, Aurora calls him dumbass.
No, she explicitly said, "Don't call him dumbass."
Haha. The way I heard it, it sounded like dumbass. But I call him Duhast. Father Duhast. Because Duhast Day.
And you are currently discussing the situation with said priest. He has informed you there have been 7 grave robberies up to this point, and has provided you a list of the names of the families who have had their plots plundered.
And they're basically within less than a day's travel if we were to go from one to the other within the city.
That's a,
And
they're all
outside
in
the
or
city.
around. They're all in or directly around the city. It started a month ago. There's no strange travelers or upticks in any kind of suspicious activity since this occurred, aside from the graves themselves. And he knows nothing specific about the victims that would make them stand out. They're just various people from around town, as far as he knows.
So, if we want to be logical and pull a Sherlock, we would go look at all the universities and everything and see.
Tibbs would also have seen the young woman, because his perception is also high enough.
Oh, we got told about what was the nickname that she got?
Kalina, I believe it was.
Yeah, you were told that Aurora is worried about her friend Kalina, who is in theory affiliated with Father Dumas.
And has a very interesting nickname.
The name Kenshi used for her, yeah.
Yeah.
And when you log into the Roll20, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see the picture of her, because you will have seen her looking down at you guys in the church area from the balcony before, for a moment before wandering off.
Also,
assuming you can still hear me, considering I see you're on mute, which means you may be ignoring us for the moment while you get set up. In which case, I've just recapped all of that for you, those of you listening at home.
I hear you perfectly.
Okay.
Skype is kind of doing the poor connection, connect, reconnect, connect, reconnect, connect, reconnect, and I'm like, fuck.
but hey, if you at least got all of it, that's good news.
So yeah, when you log in, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see a picture of the young woman who was staring at you guys, down at you guys from the balcony for a moment before wandering off.
Also,
or rather, glaring down at you guys.
I just realized something that's really funny from our previous discussion when we got off topic. I am literally a one of a kind. Oh dear lord.
Yeah, you're a shiny dragon type.
Because I'm 99% certain there is not other Dragonborn that have this armor. Oh boy.
At least ones that aren't in some way affiliated with your family.
True, there won't be any others affiliated with my family, but I'm pretty sure Dragonborn that are Imperial Guard Knights won't really be a thing. Unless they're affiliated with my family, and I'm the only one affiliated with my family. At least that I recall.
I'm gonna say, oh, and as with the Sunday game, you have heard more talk of unholy abominations pouring out from the Underdark around the mountains.
Sounds fun.
Yeah. And you got to hear Krim say, "Don't go destroying the mountains."
Oh no! Oh my god!
Knowing that Aurora will probably create a few mountain passes.
Aurora dig, trio.
No, it'd be more like she just punches at one, and the shock force goes through the mountain and just creates this sheer cliff face through it, and it's like, oh, there's the desert on the other side. Huh.
Don't worry, she's 13 levels short of Renuzukan.
Nah.
Okay, so she can't do it easily yet. Doesn't mean she can't do it.
Okay. So I've caught Brian up. Any other questions?
So where we're
Yeah,
currently at,
that should be good.
Oh, yes. We also learned that apparently we have a new holiday called the Longest Night, which is combining daylight savings time and leap day with Mardi Gras.
Yep.
and this is probably because of God King Kodo, and he double faced.
No,
Oh,
it has nothing to do with
no.
God King Kodo. That's a different holiday.
No, it just kind of corresponds, which is why good is like.
And so yeah, apparently there's a 3-day night party that is there to make the calendar make sense, to make up for those odd hours. So yeah, February 29th combined with Mardi Gras.
Other than that, the good father here has offered to let us stay here, and Kenchi is not giving too much of an input because no one's asked him yet.
Oh, that is a decision point, so he can't weigh in.
Exactly. And I'm currently stuck between. My family's like a couple hours that way. I kind of want to go over there. But at the same time, this is just too pragmatic. But over there has nice stuff. And it's my family. But pragmatism. So, Grim is just sitting here with this conflicted look. Lost in thought. Koda hasn't thought of anything to say yet. Or do. And that's where we're at.
Yeah, Kodo is a little like. He was offering rooms here.
He was offering rooms, meals, and stabling.
Are there any rules we would have to follow if we were to stay here?
No raucous parties at 2:00 in the morning.
So there's no curfew for the church or anything like that.
My acolytes and I, obviously have various tenets we have to follow, but we don't, enforce those upon our guests within reason. If I don't know what faiths a lot of you follow, but if you happen to follow some dark cult or another, please keep your unholy worship off the grounds.
No. We are in the business of getting rid of stuff like that, so don't worry about that part.
I think, given the circumstances, that when I see no reason to not welcome those of other faiths, within our walls for hospitality, especially when you're doing us a favor by looking into this. It's pretty much all I can offer you in terms of reward for the moment. So, just be courteous house guests, and try not to interfere too much with the duties of those who are staying here.
I still have this conflicted look, but I'm just going to give a side glance at Kodo at the mentions of raucous parties being courteous to people at random hours. Because Kodo, I've seen your rooms. I've seen your dimensions.
I would ask that those me looking at Kodo specifically, since you can't tell with Kenshi right with the hood up, I would ask that you try. I understand that the yokai, those of the yokai kingdoms don't sleep in the traditional sense. So if you could be mindful of those of us who do have to sleep.
That's part of the
reason.
reason.
If you do feel, you're free to explore the grounds, but if you choose to do so, after when the rest of us are sleeping, just be mindful that we are sleeping.
That's a reason why I was asking.
And you're free to wander about all you want. Just be aware that the rest of us do have to sleep. So
Yes, not everyone is
your
gifted
movements.
with multiple forms. Hmm.
I actually something I want. Well, no, I can't do that. Okay. I'll not. Okay.
Given
I
the
would.
current lack of personnel in the cathedral here, I can even offer you private rooms. They're modest, but they're yours.
I would. I'd be willing to stay here then. I'll look over to Kriv. You know, just because some of us do doesn't mean we all have to.
I'm just with my eyes closed and I'm just like rubbing my chin. It's like,
I assume there's something, considering you're in such deep thought.
Well, I have family who lives here. In fact, most of my clan lives very close to here. And needless to say, they are probably hearing about me because I'm kind of hard to miss. So I'm stuck dealing with what to do in my head with that. That's all. Ow, Brian. My ears.
You said ow.
Yeah, you sounded like you brushed something against the mic.
Fuck. Okay, hold
So
on.
we got a loud burst of feedback. I figure it's your shirt and the headset again. Oh, well, since some of you have at least decided to stay with us, I'll see to getting your rooms prepared while the rest of you decide.
Well,
Unless
before
there's any further questions.
I do not have any further questions currently, but I do want to properly introduce myself. I'm Sir Merxius Kriv, because I've only been talking business up until this point.
Well met.
I'll look at Kodo and wait for him to introduce himself.
I will stand and bow. I am Kodo, and I look forward to improving this grand city with my actions.
Give you a small bow.
I'll sit back down.
You'll wait a moment, see if anybody else is going to introduce themselves. Then nod and shuffle off to go talk to one of the acolytes who was cleaning the worship space to send them off.
Okay, well. I believe then if there's nothing more, then we can get to work with this investigation.
If you think you have everything we need to start, yeah.
You mentioned he sent his acolytes off.
He has sent one of the two acolytes that were in the room off to go, handle your stuff.
Okay.
Prepare the rooms, deal with the horses, etc.
Hmm.
No. Kiddo will look around to the rest of the group. It sounds like we should find a small area to conduct our next move. Um, I'll look back over to Father Dumas. Is there perhaps a planning room that we could use?
Um, uh, of course. My office is just through that. My private office and study is just through that door. Indicate a small door off to the side of the pulpit. Feel free to use it as you wish while your rooms are being prepared.
Okay, I'll gesture the group in that direction.
I'll follow.
Okay. After we go and enter the room, I'll just cast detect magic to see to try to determine if there's any for lack of a better term, magical spy equipment in here.
Um, you don't detect anything that would indicate spy equipment currently. There is a small compartment beneath the bookcase that, based on how detect magic works, therefore the information I'll be giving you, if you had to hazard a guess, might have something to do with healing, like healing potions or perhaps some magic items for that purpose.
Okay.
So probably where he keeps his more powerful divine artifacts for aiding people.
This also reminds me of something that probably came up before, just from my background. But I won't keep it busy,
Okay.
so y'all can keep going.
Okay. From what I can tell, this room is relatively safe. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but I noticed from the description that Kenshi gave, I believe it was Kalina had momentarily spotted our meeting.
Can't you what confusing your description? Wow, that must have been good if you could tell from frigid bitch that was her.
There was this real, well, frigid bitch feeling that I was getting. That's how you described it, right? It was like a frigid.
It was like a cold, annoyed, and but somewhat mostly disinterested, presence.
Okay, I mean,
It fits it perfectly.
yeah.
Uh,
Unless I'm mistaken, blue and white outfit with white hair.
Elf. Or
Yes.
yeah, that sounds like her.
Okay. I believe Aurora had some concern about her with everything going on. Given her connection with Dumas, I was working under the assumption that if she doesn't live here, then she at least has a place to stay here, which would allow us to at least at some points stay closer if there is some concern.
Unless something has changed, she does live here. The father is her. I believe Aurora said she was his niece.
Okay. Okay. I was thinking about tracking her down afterwards if she, again, if we're supposed to be, I guess, informal bodyguards. Concerning the body snatching, though,
She didn't necessarily say anything about bodyguarding. She just
concerned about the circumstances around her.
right, concerned about circumstances around her, which would indicate that at least Aurora thinks there could be some threat to her life if circumstances become unfavorable.
That wasn't the read I got from it, but I suppose that's possible.
Usually, when someone's concerned, I mean, enough to have us get involved. It's not exactly here.
Well, she only had us get involved because she couldn't get involved herself because she was otherwise occupied.
And she just knows that we're dependable people.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying she just asked us. She said she was worried about her friend and wanted us to look into the weird stuff happening at her uncle's church.
Okay.
I may not be reading enough into it. You may be reading too much. I don't have enough information to speak one way or the other.
Even with how busy she is, I would think she'd have time to at least talk to her friend if it was a simple matter. But I could be overthinking things.
Well, maybe she did talk to her, and that's why she decided that she needed to investigate more.
Based on the nickname you have, I wouldn't be surprised if she's trying to find the ulterior means to make sure everything's fine.
Well, she's just. In my experience with her, she is very cold and haughty towards those she is not very close with. I never made it into the circle.
Well,
and she also has a bit of a reputation of being a cold-hearted bitch. I mean, she's seems if she is interested in anybody romantically, she keeps it very private, and she's very prone to rebuffing people quite aggressively. The few times I was out with her and Aurora doing tavern crawls or whatever.
Well,
and she also, as I recall, she does specialize in ice magic, so it just all kind of.
Well, then, would there be any connection between her and the bodies at all to have us to have us really get involved beyond just keeping the occasional eye?
You have the same information I do. Aurora was worried about her friend and worried about the weirdness going on at the said friend's home, or connected to said friend's home. For all this could just be a saving face thing for all we know, or she's worried about some kind of zombie uprising popping out under her friend's bed. Maybe she thinks this is connected to the cult we busted.
Either way, she has a bad feeling, and she asks someone dependable to look into it.
She may be hoping us to find more information and then just make a decision based on that, because the way she was talking, it sounded like she didn't, aside from finding out something was going on, she didn't really have a chance to, she wasn't, able to look into it beyond that.
You know Aurora better than I do. I just find that a little bit odd, considering what I know of her personality.
Well, it's certainly not the way she would prefer to do things, but depending on what she got dragged away to do, we could just be the last resort.
Especially based on the description that's been happening around the border mountains, then yeah, I'm surprised that she's still in the capital. That just shows you how concerned she is about her friends, those that are close to her.
And she probably stayed as long as possible, probably pissing some people off to ensure she was here when we got here, because she couldn't brief us by sending stone.
Right.
25 words per day kind of limits how much information you can impart.
Frigid bitch need help. Come soon.
Yeah. So yeah, in that regards,
I think we just need more information before we come to a decision in terms of what we're actually supposed to be doing.
Well, the most overt thing would be to use our
prevent the body snatching
to investigate the body snatchers,
which is what we were asked to do. So,
yeah. I'm just trying to keep Aurora's request in mind with all this, because
that is part of Aurora's request too. As far as that goes.
Aurora's request was to figure out what's going on and do something about it. Yeah. We've been told what's going on. Now we have to figure out why it's happening and how to stop it. So by that measure, I know roughly where all these places are, except for the individual states outside the city. And it'd take us less than a day if we don't get stopped or anything.
And assuming that the site itself is straightforward and doesn't require in-depth investigation or again traffic or people being evasive.
Or
sudden undead hordes of zombies and other undead trying to kill us.
I would think I would think if there was going to be a zombie horde, it probably would have been done by now.
We could have shown up before anything like that happened. After all,
Well, they are only missing 7 bodies, I think he said. It's kind of short for a zombie uprising.
Well, it's only somebody that they're aware of.
I'm pretty sure that
And
there would be more tension if there was a lot more happening.
And there was no one significant. So it's not like we have a person, say, resurrecting necromancers that can then resurrect more. I would think any kind of necromancy for the people that were dead would be noted and considered unusual.
Bodies are missing.
Yeah. Okay.
And the location where their bodies were buried.
Actually, here's a question. Our body, is it? I'd like to make a rule. If bodies are required as a part of the construction of a phylactery.
Fancy.
A normal rule, abnormal rule.
But besides all of that, we just got here after 12 days of travel. Do you guys immediately want to deal with this? It's clearly not at least the end of the world just yet.
Not any phylactery rituals you're familiar with. Usually one, you need souls for a phylactery ritual, not corpses.
Okay.
Now, Crick had a question about how fast you guys wanted to handle this.
Well, I'm pretty well rested, but that's a loaded question that you're asking me.
Yes, you were.
Would keep, but
apparently not.
No,
You're not wrong.
No, you can sleep.
It's mid-afternoon. I'm not talking about sleeping, but in case you want to do anything else, we are sitting on, like a deal with the literal dimension of gold we have. This would be the one place where we can at least start dealing with that.
Yeah, I can't have you deal with that for me because I'm the one that opened the door. Okay.
And I would presume that if it's as big as you say it is, you probably need to open it wherever you're getting it dealt with.
Yeah,
We can't just push it across town.
No, we certainly can't do that.
And it's probably still molten gold.
It would have to be extracted. After so long, it may have solidified by now. Sorry.
I don't know how dimensions work. Your dimension rooms work. Don't ask me that.
The player actually wishes that it had more properties of the actual description of demiplanes, but the spell doesn't.
Given the nature of how the demiplane spell seems to operate and everything, and given what other spells we've incorporated into this world that Kodo would have access to, I imagine you could control what temperature your demiplane is. So if you wanted to say, have it be like air quote room temperature, so it would have had time to cool in there.
Yeah.
If you wanted to flood it with oil so that it got quenched when you put it in there, I imagine that's...
I don't think having a solid block of gold would be a good thing, though. Leaving it as molten gold that we just dimension door, making it into a mold kind of thing might be.
Well, the thing is, if it's molten gold with how the demiplane spell works, to my understanding, if he opened it, a tidal wave of lava-y gold would come out and envelop whoever he's dumb enough to open it on.
Yeah, provided that it's
that's a good point.
So the guy you're getting to trying to smith it or whatever would die horribly.
All we need to do...
Your best bet in terms of safety is to have let it cooled off into a brick.
Yeah. It's been like 18-ish days.
A lot longer than that. That was before we went to
so that was before you guys went to the Wizard Temple.
Well, then... I would imagine that it would have been...
Assuming you set your demiplane up in some capacity to allow it to have cooled, yes.
Okay.
Again, that's up to you. Did you want to keep it molten? Did you want to let it cool?
No, I would have allowed it to
cool. But we have to deal with that. I'm pretty sure within probably the next few hours, someone's going to come find me. Be it the government or my family.
Okay. I guess I'll deal with the treasury then. This place.
And this would also be a place where we can get more valuable equipment. Whether or not we really need the equipment is up to individual people, but at least be able to get such things is more likely.
I'm sure it'll be more useful to you than me.
Yes, you're a true yokai and you're a powerful sorcerer, but you can't take a punch. So, finding a means to be able to protect yourself with magical items might still be helpful too. Unless you feel like for some reason becoming a buff sorcerer, which I don't see you doing that anytime soon.
Oh, I mean, I am fairly strong. Sorry, just I don't like the solstice.
What's so wrong with festivals? It's an excuse to be drunk. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah. The long night isn't what I have a problem with.
We'll spit it out then.
If the treasury's still open, I'll go handle that. We can deal with the dead body vanishings.
You would not be dealing with the treasury. You would probably be dealing with any number of the merchant halls.
Okay.
Because dealing with gold and the capacity you're dealing with it would probably be considered either a mining guild thing or some sort of merchant trade guild appraisal type thing.
Okay. I'll
either
go...
one, either one would be able to process it.
Okay.
You might be a true yokai and you have plenty of charisma about you, but you don't know who to go to. I at least need to go introduce you to the right people.
Yeah. Let's. Looks like I'll definitely need your help then. Kenshi, Tibbs, where are you gonna be while we're off doing that?
Because they're not going to be robbing a graveyard in broad daylight, I can tell you that much.
I've got nowhere in particular to be. I can either stick with you, or I can, just go attend to some of my own stuff.
If you are planning on desecrating the graves of those who have been laid to rest, it's probably best that I make sure that you do it as properly as possible, and to make sure that their souls stay at as
the
much
graves
rest.
have already been desecrated. The bodies have been stolen.
Yeah,
oh, that's right.
We're here to figure out who's doing it, why it's being done, and putting a stop to it.
Okay. The way it was said made it sound like they were going to go dig up more bodies. I was like, I'm sorry, I misunderstood that. I thought they were saying they were going to go dig up more bodies.
That Z-axis is important.
All right. In which case, I will go with possibly see like all the bodies are gone.
There have been 7 grave sites where the bodies have been stolen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our initial plan was to look into that tomorrow morning, but if Tibbs is going to do that now, I mean, he certainly can.
No. Tibbs can. That gives me time to prep some spells to deal with. To prepare to go to the graveyard.
Because that was my point. Get people allowed the cleric to be able to prepare spells.
Where did you guys go to find this conversion?
Oh,
Unless you wrote it down already.
I did.
Oh, you're talking about how much space can be in a.
We know it's a 30 by 30 by 30. I'm just trying to figure out how much it weighs so I can do my conversion.
30 square.
If he's doing it, I won't.
Feet of a 30 by 30 by 30. So, because I need to do this math.
There we go. Cubic foot of gold to pounds. Here we go.
We don't know how many. Well, that's going to be important in a moment, but
Well, from that I can then look at the how much gold how much 1 pound of gold weighs. I mean how much 1 pound of gold is worth, and go from there.
so it is 27,000 cubic feet. So
So for where it says enter a cubic foot value, you're saying 27,000.
yep, 27,000. Because
Wait,
30
wait.
times 30 times 30, because 900 square feet is 30 times 30. If you multiply that by 30, you get 9 times 7. Sorry, 9 times 3 is 27. So
So
all you're doing is making it a lot higher.
it says enter a new cubic foot amount of gold to convert. So I would enter the 27,000, not the 30,000, not the 30.
Well, is it
Enter
asking for
20
it in cubic feet?
Yeah, saying enter a cubic foot amount.
27,000.
It is 27,000 cubic feet.
Yes.
Okay. As I thought it would be 30 cubic feet, but
No.
okay. So 27,000 cubic feet equals that many pounds.
Does it throw up a database error?
No.
And divide it by my purity score, or multiply it by my purity
Wait,
score.
is it a 30 by 30 foot, or is it a 30 meter by 30 meter? That does make a difference.
It's 30 foot by 30 foot by 30 foot.
Cool, my math was right then.
Okay, times its purity rating.
I will quadruple check just to be certain. 30 feet in each dimension. So yeah, 30
Cool.
by 30 by 30.
Because yeah, all you do is 30 times 30 times 30, and that will give you 27,000 feet.
Okay. So that is how many pounds of pure gold you have. And then we will multiply that by the value of gold per pound.
Do they have gold per pound in the trade value in there?
Yeah, 1 pound of
Okay.
gold is worth 50 GP.
Okay.
Hmm.
Nice. Yeah.
So
Is
wait,
that the
That's actually less than I expected.
Well, based on my roll, you came out with a 49% purity rating.
Okay.
that's still within more than enough gold to basically run a small nation.
Now, that value will, of course, be taxed.
Yay, we broke the market. Woohoo.
Throwing some tax on here.
I would like to use my position and my persuasion to try to get the tax to be lower.
Make me a roll. Roll good.
It's an advantage on charisma checks unless it's been long enough.
Travel time, it probably would have taken you, and by the time they actually, weighed and appraised and all that, because weighing that's going to be a bitch, it's probably been more than an hour.
Okay.
Which is fine.
They have had to weigh this amount before when the miners come in, and knowing what you know, you probably would have gone to the miners because they would have the equipment for this.
Yeah, that's where
But
I'm going.
they're not used to it all being one chunk when it comes in.
You just like open a 30-foot door. Just goes
They're used to,
ka-chunk.
this size rocks being piled up in this giant scale, not trying to maneuver this huge block.
It's like, yeah, we have it kind of open to just drop it, and it just boom, 30 cubic, 30, like 30 block of gold just lays next to the scales. Like, yeah, we have this much gold. uh, Let me actually roll, and it's charisma because it's persuasion. I'm probably not getting it. But I gotta try.
That
Also-
is not enough to get them to waive the taxes.
I didn't say waive it. Lower it.
Right. That's considered partial waiving.
Fair enough.
I was like,
Eh.
if nothing else, because part of their cut comes from that taxation.
I know. That's why I said I gotta try at least.
Yeah. So I will multiply it by the taxation. I will multiply it by a percentage after subtracting taxation rate, and the number it spits out will be what you get to keep.
I imagine it's going to be at least a 10% tax.
Oh, you sad, strange little man.
No, it's probably gonna be closer to 40. 62?
I based it. You get to keep 62%. It was a 38% tax rate based on.
Holy shit! I was actually that close.
I based it off how much the lotto takes, which is 25% federal and then 13 local and state.
That's fucking amazing. I didn't think I'd be for 2%.
So you have to keep 62%.
How much is that in platinum?
Move the decimal point 1.
Oh, dear lord.
I mean, you're still keeping almost 500,000 gold. It's
Wait, 5... No, yeah, no.
you're at 500 million gold.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like, what you talking about?
It's still a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 digits.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a lot of gold.
Yeah, it's almost 500 million gold. That's
More than enough for what we have plans for.
you probably are carrying more than the Royal Treasury has in it right now.
So what I'm hearing...
Welcome to being a target.
What I'm hearing is we're finally anime protagonists.
So, yeah,
Just put this back in the
Down for this.
yeah, obviously they can't give you this in minted coin, and they are basically kind of like taking a chunk off for their percentage. After appraising, is okay, it's this pure, so we'll need to take this large of a chunk, and what you have left, they are valuing the chunk at this amount. What you do with this chunk is up to you, because they're not sure where you're going to be able to find somebody who can actually give you that amount in value. But you might be able to parse it out. You know, they can give you a certificate certifying its value. So if you say use it as trade goods or whatever, whoever you're trading it with will be able to. But they cannot give you its value in minted coins. They cannot buy it from you. They can just give you the certificate of authenticity.
I'll be whispering with Kriv and
Oh
Tibbs.
no, Brian! We lost Brian.
And Tibbs if he's around. Which
Oh, we did lose Brian. No.
So
Cat down.
do you think we could use some of this to outright buy a plot of land large enough for what we need? Like, not lease it, straight up switch ownership of a section of land.
Before I went on this journey, I could tell you that the amount that we have currently is more than the entire Royal Treasury. What it's at now is probably less than that. Still. So... Just... How we push this back into the dimension?
Thank you, Reddit. That was so helpful. It's like, Reddit, how much would a town cost? Reddit responds, free to those who conquer it.
Okay, they're not wrong. Let me cast Meteor real quick, and then we just have to pay for repairs. I am the big bad evil guy.
Well, you were a couple millennia ago.
That's true.
But, don't mind me. I'm just going to be moving this thing back into the dimension.
For the record, based on the more helpful responses in that article, a small middle class type town, so a small town, not versus a village, probably clocks in at somewhere between 100 and 150,000.
Thousand.
So like I said,
Yeah.
We have enough.
Okay, so now we have more than enough for the construction and to again straight out buy land. Though the buying the land part to be its own sovereign area will probably be expensive as fuck. Because
How many times more?
I'm not wanting it to be under the Queen's or anyone else's jurisdiction.
Well, that's going to be the hardest part because there's not really any unclaimed land on the continent.
That's what I'm saying.
That's why you're saying buy it.
We would need to buy the land along with its sovereignty, which is going to be really expensive.
I don't think you'll be able to buy its sovereignty.
Well, you can basically buy the land. You can't buy its sovereignty, but you can effectively make it controlled, effectively a city-state for the nation. You know, kind of like how Rome in Italy. Well, technically Rome is still its own nation, but you get the idea. They can't do anything there because even though it's their land, they don't have any influence over it. As long as they're sufficiently powerful enough defenses, no one's going to legitimately try to do anything.
Assuming this is part of an in-character conversation, Kodo will be...
I am presuming it is part of an in-character conversation, and I am presuming you are not having it right in the middle of the mining hall.
No, I was mentioning I was like whispering, and I was trying to keep it confidential.
I am presuming you guys have stepped outside and are kind of like off to the side of the building.
Yeah, I'll be slowly shaking.
I'd say you're probably looking at, medium to large, probably a large city would be my guess is how much you guys have, based on that progression.
Yeah, I'll be slowly shaking my. That's actually really good numbers to have. Shaking my head.
Basically, what they did is they took the cost of a building in the DMG and then multiply it by the number of buildings in that type of establishment.
That's actually a very logical way of doing it.
Yeah. He'll be slowly shaking his head.
It's like the entire continent has been claimed for ages, and they've been declaring wars trying to shift those borders. I don't think they're going to let you just buy a city-state outright.
Well, my concern is...
The only place you might be able to pull something like that off...
What, Skelligar?
No. Ooh.
Sorry, I said Skelligar, didn't I?
You said, you're like, yeah, there's no Skelligar.
Yeah,
you mean the Adamantine Isles?
The Adamantine Isles.
Adamantine Isles.
You might be able to get away with it there, just by virtue of the fact that they don't really build cities in the traditional sense there. The dwarves build underground cities in the mountains, and then everybody else is kind of nomadic. But no, what I was thinking was the...
Drakengard Empire.
No, this chain of islands that form the tail of the continent. Technically, they're owned by the Republic, but not all of them are technically settled, so you might be able to carve off, you can get them to lease or even outright purchase one of the smaller ones, possibly out there towards the end of the tail.
Well, if you straight up purchase an island, would they still consider it within their domain, or would it just be a privately owned island?
I can't speak, my experience
that
with this is
involve...
limited, but in my personal experience, based on with Aurora and her family, the private island they own is privately owned land, but it's no different than owning the land that your house is on. They're still paying taxes on it to the Republic.
Okay.
You effectively would make your own little estate, and what happens in your estate is your own business.
If you're trying to get them to actually sell off a piece of their country, you're better off trying to go with a piece that they're not actively using. And to my understanding, I've never actually been down there, but to my understanding, a lot of those islands are either there as lookouts and outposts, or harbors for resupplying before crossing the ocean. Some of them are uninhabited. So you might be able to get rid of, one of those smaller ones that they're not really using for anything.
Okay.
It's a stretch, though.
Sorry,
That would kind of apply to almost everywhere at that point. If you're just trying to buy an island, any island would apply to that long as it's not occupied.
And, of course, there's always that age-old scam where people keep trying to sell plots of lands in the Mistlands.
No.
Got some prime real estate up there.
No,
I mean, it is all unoccupied.
But I heard one person went in and two of them came out.
Eventually we're going to have to go deal with that ourselves, based on everything that's happening once we deal with Matthias.
If that's where destiny lies, then yes.
Looks at the module progression chart.
I mean, based on everything we've already found out because of the dreaming pool, if we somehow break the cycle and end Matthias and all of his crazy shenanigans, just saying, we'll be living heroes. And the next great thing, unless you feel like siding with a country, would be to deal with the unconquerable lands of crazy shenanigans that's north of us.
No. As for what we're dealing with right now, and not the Mistlands.
You're assuming it's unconquerable lands of crazy shenanigans, and not just that the gods ran out of paper to draw their map. You just fall off the edge of the world.
I'd say let's
Who
look.
knows?
I'd say let's look into buying one of those islands. If we can, I would like to wholly and utterly purchase a land, because as you are very likely aware, I have.
Yes, you have
history
problems
with-
of authority.
Yeah, it's like
We-
purchasing,
we're aware.
I personally have issues with the queen.
it's like purchasing the.
Well, the lineage.
I was about to say, it's like you are aware it's not the same one, right?
Are we? I'm gonna say.
As like,
Are
you
we
dealt with
splitting?
Arturia the first. I think we're on. I don't remember if it's Arturia the second or the third, and there's been a couple in between that weren't Arturias.
Are we?
That was
are
great.
we-
It's like, it's not the same person, right?
I'm
I
gonna
know
say,
you
are
met
we
the first one, but you know it's not the same person.
I'll say, are we splitting this?
No, we're not. This is too much money that would break the game. So remember our idea of founding a city for the wayward people we end up saving, or other adventures and other things like that?
That's it. They probably, the royal family might let you set up a city-state, but getting you to declare total independence is going to be the sticking point.
Yeah, getting a city state would be pretty easy.
Yeah, we're on
Don't
Arturia
let
the
us
third.
do that.
Well,
A city state would be easy.
I guess.
You're literally giving them enough gold, saying, "Yeah, we can afford to build a city,"
Well,
and
I
they'll
mean,
just give you the right
if
governance.
you really wanted the House of Lords to ship bricks, you could always, donate it all to charity. That would break the economy.
Kodo will look thoughtful for a few moments as he's mentally contemplating a few things.
Oh, I know. We could invest it all into a form of non-physical commerce, where somebody sends you a sending spell to tell you what they want, and then you use a teleportation circle or something to send it to them.
That would require us to hire a shit ton of magicians, well, mages.
I think we can afford it.
Not only that, we'd have to somehow surpass the banking system that already exists and replace it.
No. We'll pay our taxes and our dues. A lot of that money will go into setting up the teleportation circles and stuff to be able to send these parcels all around the continent instantaneously, or at least overnight.
Money that makes more money.
Kodo will
Suck it, Lodge.
You know what? That's not a bad idea, but I'm pretty sure.
Well, what do we
That's
call
not-
it?
Kodo will look at Grove.
But here's the thing, though. We could do both. We have literally enough money to break the world. I'm pretty sure all the countries on this continent don't have enough gold.
I don't know about
create
break the
city.
world. You could certainly break a nation.
We are so gonna get attacked.
I mean, if we make it a city state, we won't get attacked, at least for a while.
But
You see,
I'm
just
pretty
sitting
sure.
here going,
I'm pretty sure.
This is going
I'm
to get
pretty
burned
sure
up in so
Tristan.
many spell components. Tibbs is going to do one mass resurrection, and that's going to be the whole thing.
actually, I'm curious. It's what 500 gold worth of diamond
For a raised dead.
for a raised dead.
But that's only if they've been dead within the last 10 days. You're talking like if he wants to do something really stupid, you're talking like resurrection or true resurrection.
You know, like resurrect the original queen. Oh God. It's not been the lifespan of a human. That's entirely possible. He could technically do a true resurrection because true resurrection is within like 200 years.
Yeah.
I mean, dude.
well,
I'm gonna
200
say,
years it would be too far. Because again, Kodo was 1,000 years ago.
Oh, that's right. Yep, too
But
far.
a true resurrection is 25,000 gold worth of diamond.
I could do that a lot.
19,747 and a half
True resurrection.
true resurrections.
Wait
that-
a moment, guys.
I like
have
that
an
half
idea.
of true resurrection.
So
I can raise a halfling.
wait, I just thought of something. And it goes back to that fucking crazy bitch. that we all kind of feel bad for right now.
You're right. We could make 2 city-states.
You'll have to be more specific. I've got a list of crazy bitches that I feel bad for.
I think
Logana.
Thank you. So
But,
number 17, got it.
But she's trying to save her people. One, that's why we're kind of wanting to do this whole city-state thing. But
Really, I thought you were just trying to use this as an investment to make Zarya ridiculously powerful overnight.
That too, but
Though that does require her to show up.
Yeah. However, concerning my initial thoughts of trying to get absolute sovereignty, Kriv, despite the discussions that we have, if you are indeed the example of the honor that the Republic has in all of its men, women, and others who serve, then being within their sphere of influence is not entirely objectionable, and perhaps you'll change that damn holiday.
you still haven't said what's wrong with this holiday, man. It's a good excuse to get drunk.
I'm not talking about the long night.
Maybe you should look at your calendar handout.
That's. I keep forgetting that there is one named after him. Let me look at the calendar handout again.
1 second, I can just copy the section where it exists.
That's not going to happen. I'm sorry. That's Independence Day.
Today we declare. Kick-ass speech, man. Okay.
But so.
But yes, we the ideal purpose for the city-state would be to do good, essentially. And with the amount of money we have, we could.
Well, it's not money. We can't just sit. We can't just go buy everything. This is literally.
No, I was thinking of using the money to fortify the island. I would want such people protected, especially if we're going to be involving the good intent of that particular woman.
True.
I don't feel entirely comfortable erecting citywide magical defenses, considering my history with such a thing, but I will if I have to.
Well, either way, we now have a value on this. We're probably going to get reported to the authorities, more so than we already are.
Yeah, that's kind of part of paying your taxes on it. Oh, Millie, we paid our taxes on it. They can't come after you.
Well, sure, I'm not talking about that part. They're probably going to want to keep talking to us with the sheer amount of fucking gold we have.
Well, they can stuff it. I'm not a citizen of this place.
Reminds me, Kriv?
Yeah?
Since you learned to start checking balls of arcane energy, did you pay to get licensed?
Not yet. We just got to the capital, and I haven't done it yet here.
Because it's been a while since I've been in the Republic, but I want to say the Circle of Magi gets kind of cranky about unlicensed mages.
Yes, they do.
So you either need to not do that here, or go get your learner's permit.
Wait, am I grandfathered in?
No.
You're certified by the Yokai Kingdoms.
Yeah.
That's true.
It's like, I don't care whose license you have. You just have to have somebody, something that goes, I know how to use magic safely and won't blow up your wagon unintentionally. And if I do blow it up, then I know what I did, and I understand that I'm being prosecuted for blowing it up.
Not if I wipe your memory, but that's okay. Sorry,
by
that's
the
evil.
way-
Put it back in the box.
And that's why they don't send just one cop after you. Because modified memory is single target.
Oh, by the way, hey
Modified
Tibbs.
memory is one target, but Firestorm is multiple.
Hey Tibbs, I
Well,
have
you
something
saying wipe
for
your
you.
memory, not burn your ass to the ground.
I have something for you, Tibbs.
Mer?
Are you gonna do that here? Should we be?
If you try and stuff another sweater on me, I swear I'm gonna gay out you.
I'm surprised this hasn't come up before yet, but I'm actually under a chaos.
Wait, is that in character?
I'm not going to admit it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, I'm surprised it hasn't come up yet, because I've literally been chaos since the beginning of the campaign. And detect magic.
Well, chaos does have a time limit.
No, you can make it permanent.
I don't know if you can do that in 5th.
I just know that it's like a year, 10 years, or permanent, depending on what level.
I think you have to keep doing it, but yeah.
Duration 30 days. However, at higher levels, when he casts a spell using 9th level, the spell lasts until ended by one of the spells mentioned above.
And I don't think it was 9th level.
We never set a level.
Well, 9th level is like ridiculously rare. That was my point.
True. So my
Even 7th and 8th is incredibly rare.
Considering the nature of the caster, though, that'd be up to you.
Remind me, who gazed him?
that was his mother to hide her identity.
Isn't she also a dragon?
Yes. Hence, hide identity from people who aren't the family.
Which is why I'm like, if a dragon, if anyone, could have 9th level magics.
Yeah, but it's possible. But given the level of chaos, hide identity, that has no reason to come up.
Well, remember, I basically was in the capital for a pretty long-ass time for a while.
Yeah.
So, if it's not around still, that's fine. It's just it hasn't really come up because we've never really been in a city where it really mattered.
Now, remind me, was it hide her identity or hide your identity?
Hide her identity.
Then yeah, it also has had no reason to come up.
Yeah, it's not really come up. It's just that we're here, and then I remembered that as a thing, and I just remembered chaos being like either like a very short or permanent.
It's like 30 days, 1 year, or permanent. And since nobody's asking about your mama,
It hasn't come up.
Yeah.
So that's just, like I said, a sidebar that I remembered.
and I presume, and unless this thing goes really weird and you force the situation, I don't think anybody's gonna be asking about your mama anytime soon.
True. Like I
'Cause
said,
this is not about your mama. This is about you and the Walking Dead. Unless
Yeah,
they
at this
didn't walk, they could have teleported, they could have shuffled, they could have.
like I said, it was a complete sidebar that I just remembered because of what Brian said. But it probably doesn't exist anymore, so it doesn't matter. Probably.
I'll get back to you on whether it exists or not, assuming it ever comes up.
Yeah,
But,
assuming it
anyway,
never actually goes.
You were saying what before the threat of chaos was upon you?
But before that, no, this is something that a very nice yokai, sorry, not true yokai.
Demioka.
I'm just gonna call you all yokai. Sorry.
But, huh? Kudo will give you this look like you don't know what you're saying.
I'm purposely being vague, but
And Kenshi will
in
just
reality,
shrug, he's like, you get used to it.
yes, the demon yokai who was with us at the tower, she gave me this, and it reminds me of you. I don't want to hold on to this because this is probably most beneficial to you. Leave that for later.
Where is it? There it is. We must edit.
Dun, 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 dun.
Because I don't want to forget this. So I'm just making sure while it's on my mind.
Okay.
By the way, I am currently 3 glasses into some whiskey,
Woot woot.
with the intent of being drunk for once.
Oop, nope, not David's journal. What the fuck?
I get all the things.
Stupid mouse. Tibbs, you get a thing.
I got a thing.
Yes.
I don't know
You
if
get
it popped
a-
up or not.
Okay.
Did it pop up? It didn't pop up on David's. So
It did pop up for me.
Oh, it's reached. Okay.
Based on y'all's level and shit, yeah, it's reached.
Oh, okay.
And based on who it comes from, that we've changed it to coming from Bahamut, yeah, it.
Okay.
Pretty sure Tibbs is qualified for Awakened status.
Okay.
Wait, what?
Well, remember the description of where it originally came from.
Oh, this is my thing.
This is not your angel item. This is your vestige.
Oh, yay! So pretty.
You missed it. Well, I was going to try to give it to you last session.
Yeah, there was like this like heartful RP solemn moment.
And you would have been a part of it because you were sitting on my shoulder when I went to go do this.
I apologize to see. Beautiful Ladrina. So
And say it uses the Awakened stat bonus.
yay! No one can hold me.
That's a you're immune to restrained and grappled. You get +2 to all saves
And you can cast Blink on yourself.
once per day.
Yay! I can cast Blink when I don't have Blink to begin with.
Yes, that
That's-
means once per day you can cast Blink. That'd be just as annoying as Velgana was.
For 1 round.
No, Blink is once per day, and it has, I think, a 1 minute duration.
Oh. Okay, that's just fucking annoying.
I need to check that, but yeah, it's definitely more than a round, though it is concentration. I think. Yeah.
But yeah, wanted to make sure I got that. While I remembered it, get that taken care of.
Tibbs now has
Thank
an
you.
artifact.
Woohoo!
Also, yes, Tristan,
will-
that is currently. That is one part of Crib's mind that he's just like, no, bad.
I'll say
Like
it.
the-
I will place it on. I'll say I'll kind of like sit up. So I'll kind of sit up and see. It was like if you could be so kind. Kind of ask you to attach it. Next to the symbol of
would've done
Bahamut on my collar.
That's what I would have done.
And of course, once you attune to it, it'll shrink to fit your collar.
Okay.
That does require attunement.
Yeah, I will attune. I have time.
500 million gold, you could afford 1 Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Half a tank of gas.
But
1
yeah,
Popeye's chicken sandwich.
in regards to what to do with the money, did we already put it back into the dimension?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I assume we
Well,
did that.
I think we've pretty much have had the plan of buy one of the islands, buy a fortified city, considering the kinds of inhabitants we may be having, and I would like to think that would also promote it as a safe haven versus yes, we actually intend to protect whomever is in these borders. Which I would think would help morale. And we have enough for the Zarya thing.
Well, the only person who currently knows what Zarya is me, to the last of my knowledge.
Well, because Kodo knows because True Sight, he's just never mentioned it.
Oh.
Because True Sight pierces illusions and shapeshifting, and I believe that's what she's done to be the Zarya that we know.
But that part was always tucked out of game. I would have clarified that.
Oh yeah,
'cause-
no. I acknowledge that it has not been openly discussed.
So until something happens where that can be openly discussed, no matter what, the only discussions regarding the city-state plan is city-state plan for refugees,
Yeah,
adventurers, and well,
defenses and such.
for the
Like,
sake of
I,
making
I
money.
don't know how much it would cost, but I would actually really like the idea of like a central spire tower with a giant crystal on it that projects like a giant force dome or some other defensive shield around the island. Just because I think stuff like that is cool.
Honestly, I just kind of want to make the we can discuss that part later, but in all likelihood, we can easily buy the right to govern a piece of land.
Yeah.
Getting the sovereignty of it's a different story.
Well,
Are you willing to try to fight for it?
well,
I'm not going to. You'd be my enemy.
well,
But buy for the Republic.
as I mentioned, if you're any indication of the average honor of your soldiers, then I could tolerate being within the sphere of domain, within the sphere of influence of the Republic, even with the Queen.
Hmm.
You are a tribute to that. I won't fight. I will not fight tooth and nail for complete autonomy.
That could be a topic for later. Now that that's dealt with, and we at least have a value placed on this, and won't have the government deal with it. I guess thank you for reminding me, Kenshi, before something else decides to happen. I have to go find a mages guild.
Adding this to my notes, I will put it under the dimension of gold.
I have to go deal with those uptight bastards. I've done so well to avoid them.
Are you gonna get a hand with whatever it is you're thinking about, Kriv?
Not in particular, unless they feel like being annoying because I'm a Dragonborn Imperial Guard. Imperial Knight, technically.
Well, I mean,
Do you have better things to do right now?
I was thinking about getting a very strong drink. Going and soaking for a bit to relax, and then if Aurora hasn't left already, or by then, I'd like to get a few more pointers as to what exactly she expects us to do about her friend. I wouldn't want anything weird to happen because of a misunderstanding. But
It sounded like she was booking it as soon as she was done talking to us, but
okay,
You might catch her at the port.
it's not like you can't reach her.
Yeah, and Sending Stone.
As I got a sending stone that's still got 1 day's use for today, and then I'm sure you know the actual sending spell.
that's true.
But while that part's happening, and this discussion's
25 words a
happening,
pop, it gets a little annoying, but it can be done.
Wait, if I use MetaMask with the double duration, does that mean I could get double the words?
That's not duration.
True.
No, I believe you have extend effect or something that might,
Not under typical MetaMagics.
but
I mean, if you want to you want to spike the cost via how your magic works, we could work something out, but
No, it's fine.
like a 9th level sending or some shit.
That would be funny if higher casters had 5 words a level.
So it sounds like then, unless you guys want to RP some more, we're gonna spend the rest of the day relaxing and decompressing in some fashion.
yes. But I will say that while this whole thing's been happening, I will be actively listening to what's going on to gather any of the rumors regarding what's happening. And about myself, just because I'm at least a little bit of an egotist.
Something I will want to do again, just because again it was mentioned. I after after my period of relaxation, and I presume I'm in my actual form, I'd like to use um, polymorph to become a regular fox-sized critter, and see if I can seek out. Her name is not that. Shit. Seek out. Woman. Uh,
Woman.
uh, 1 second. I need to bring up my notes. It's with the C. And, you know, I'm not remembering the wrong one, so I'm not going to say it. It's not Balaram either, because that starts with a B.
Balaram.
Kalina. Also, I said log back in as a player.
Okay, so where are you attempting to seek out Kalina?
Where,
Well, yeah, I mean, not knowing where you're searching will affect, your success rate.
the city. No, but for real. Well, if she allegedly lives in the church, I can start off just by searching the church.
Okay. You can make me, you asking around for her or just searching in the old-fashioned way?
I was just gonna roam around as a tiny fox.
Okay, in that case, you can make me an investigation or survival. Goes west.
That's what I'd be doing after this whole thing. Of taking care of 2 things I don't want to forget. And the one place you'd be able to.
Well, and if you're looking for her, same roll.
Nope, mine's different.
I'll say, I guess.
If you're doing gather information, that'd be charisma-based investigation.
Is this stuff
that would
we're
be
doing?
higher. Cool.
Is this stuff that we're doing that night?
It sounds like the party has decided to take the night to do their own things and or relax and decompress. So yeah, it's like this is stuff they're doing that night. If you have anything you want to do, or whether you just want to hang out, whatever.
Go find Poor.
Okay.
Well, you're in the capital.
Yeah, so you're in the capital. Just follow the smog. The denser the smog, the more the more homeless and poor people you will find. Because
It might not kill you, smog, but it's still smog.
Yeah,
Cool.
but it's still denser because they live closer to the factories and stuff.
Cool. All right, then I will go to the area where the poor are.
It's like you find the equivalent of like a bunch of shacks and shantytown type, made from like some of them are residing in scrap that looks like it's left over from like discarded imperial armor or warjacks. Some of them have the equivalent of like box container homes, like the shipping container homes.
Okay.
Hey, now if you build those right there, actually pretty good.
Okay.
One thing you are noticing about the capital is they don't seem to actually have any true homeless. They seem to be able to provide housing for everybody in some capacity, even if it is, again, like hollowing out a battered warjack and letting them, and creating a shelter out of that. But everybody does have an equivalent of a roof over their head.
Okay. Where is the local church?
There's a lot of
church you're looking for.
Which
You're in
one?
the capital. You've got cathedrals and temples to just about every major religion.
And we were
the
in
only
one of
that-
them earlier.
The only one that matters.
The Temple of Bahamut itself would be
Probably by my
the
family.
center of town, in the religious district.
Okay.
Which
I'm going.
is
I
not
will-
near the poor district, but they are set. They do have a shrine down there for people to worship at. But the central church for Bahamut is not down there.
Cool. I'm going to go to the central church.
Okay. It is a fine, structure. Again, as described with the cathedral that you guys went to previously, it seems to be shaped from the earth in like one organic piece of material.
Okay.
Very reminiscent of a seated dragon, his claws out in front of him, forming the and resting on the ground, forming the framework for the entranceway. So as you enter, you are walking between his claws into the body where the actual church is.
Oh, okay.
His sides are lined with what appear to be stained glass windows. to give him
Okay.
that platinum sheen.
Awesome. I'm going to go in, going to see if I like notice anyone around there.
You see one acolyte hurrying about doing, cleaning and maintaining the benches and stuff. You do not see a high priest present. From what
Okay.
you heard from Father Dumas and Aurora previously, there does seem to be a shortage of priests in the capital right now.
Gotcha.
So,
Um,
if you had to hazard a guess, it's probably just the one priest in charge of the place and maybe a handful of acolytes,
okay.
or as Aurora called them, lay priests, i.e., they don't have the divine spark for power. They're just there to help.
Okay.
No magic.
Um, all right. Then Tibbs is going to walk in and kind of go up to her and just kind of like sit there looking up at her.
It'll take her a few moments to notice you're there, and it's like, oh, hello. Um,
Hello, how are you?
oh, okay then. Um, Good evening, sir.
Yes.
How may I help you?
I would like to know where Masa, I would like to know where the Masa, where are the workers and servants of Bahamut are. I
Well,
requ I require several.
most of our priests are out on the front tending to the sick and wounded. Father Rojas is probably in his office, and there's myself and two other acolytes that are helping him maintain the premises.
Hmm. Is there anyone else here who might be able to come with me to go do the Lord's work, to go do the Lord's work?
Um, I can go find the other acolyte. I'm almost done with my chores. I can see where they are on theirs. Again, Father Rojas is probably back there in his office behind the pulpit. I don't know if he did say something about going to balance the books, but
I would like to believe that feeding and providing for those who are less fortunate than us takes a little more precedent over balancing books.
well, that's why we need to balance the books. We need to maintain the budget for keeping this place in repair and various charity programs that we deal in. Making sure they all have some form of roof over their head isn't exactly cheap.
Tibbs is going to reach in his pocket and just drop 100 platinum on the ground. Does that help?
Well, obviously that helps. Yes, of course. It doesn't offset the problem, but it does help.
It is good. There's significantly more where that came from.
Bahamut's blessings be upon you. She'll scoop it up and like, unless you need anything else, I'll go see you, Mike Patriot.
Thank you.
She'll shuffle off into one of the side doors.
I've marked 100 platinum off.
Based on your experience, probably leads to like the quarters for the people that reside in the temple.
Oh, okay.
About 5 minutes later, she'll come back with another human. Looks to be mid to late teens.
Okay.
Choir boy equivalent.
Hello, young man. How are you doing today?
Oh, she wasn't kidding. I'm doing okay.
Good. Yes, I have come here because I wish to recruit you for charity work.
Well, I already do charity work, but okay. What do you have in mind?
We are trying to feed the entirety of the slums.
Well, we already do that to some extent. I mean, it's not great, but it does, keep something in their belly. Again, what are you expecting?
To go and feed them because I'm certain that some of them may be hungry.
Well, hungry, but not starving. But I mean, more importantly, what are you expecting to feed them? I mean, I don't see any food on you, and
I must say,
I don't know if there's enough food in the city to feed all of them and still be enough left over for everyone else.
the God we serve will provide.
Ah, so you expect to perform some sort of miracle then?
There are no miracles where Bahamut is concerned. Only certainties.
Right. Okay.
God will provide. Must say, miracles are for those who worship lesser gods.
I don't think that's how the scriptures go, but okay. Let's go clear this with the father, and then we can go. Let's do that.
Awesome. Thank you. I simply need hands to help serve the food. I will meet you over in the slums.
Okay.
I'm going to make my way back over to the slums. Is there like a large area, effectively?
There's like a square in the vicinity of the slums that if you had to hazard a guess might serve as either where they do their food soup kitchen type stuff, or might serve as a sort of market on certain days of the week.
Oh, okay.
And they will arrive to help you. What are you intending to do, and what do we need to roll to do it?
I am just going to I'm going to do the thing that I do. And I'm going to I'm going to create food and water as much as I fucking can. Let's see. Let's see. Let me see. Let me count my mana real quick. Okay, I believe I can do this. Let's see. Let's see. 5 divided by 5. And then I'm just going to go ahead and... Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and say that I can do that twice. 2. Okay. Cool. I'm going to cast a spell. Let's see, plus an additional 30. Okay. So if I cast, so I'm going to cast this as many times as I can, and then I'm going to take a short rest of about 30 minutes to kind of like, use all my hit points. Use all my hit die to effectively roll all of them and try and recover all my mana. Let's do it all over again.
Given the circumstances, short rest is an hour, but fair enough.
Oh yeah. Like okay. That should give me enough time for people to kind of cycle through the line and then start casting it all over again. If I did the math correct, I can feed 330 people.
Okay.
All right, I will feed those 330 people. You said platinum is a 10.
It's
I'll
10
say
to
it's
1,
a
yeah.
10 to 1. Okay.
So 100 platinum is 1,000 gold. 100 platinum is 1,000 gold.
Okay. So 80 platinum is 800 gold, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Cool. It would be kind of difficult. I assume it's going to be kind of difficult to figure out what is how many people would you say show up to eat?
It's kind of hard to count over the course of over several hours. Less than 1,000, more than 100.
Less than 1,000, more than 100. Okay, good. I know exactly what I'm going to do then. I'm going to tell them to spread the word. I'm going to spread the word. Tell them to start making their way out. I'll say for everyone. I'll say to for everyone to come and try and eat as much as they can. Like split the. I'll say split the food with your. I'll say split the food with your neighbor. Um, I'll say split the food with thy neighbor. I'll say sharing the bounty. I will also, because I do not need all of this, I am
Surprise.
going. I'll say for the first. Yeah, I have enough for that. For the first 1,000 people, I'll say for the first 1,000 people who show up, each of them will get a gold coin.
Okay. One good coin.
I'll say under the pretense that they take. I'll say that they use. They take the food that they have used to feed. To fuel. I'll say to fuel themselves, and that they use this money that they have been given, and they go and they do. I'm not saying they go and they do something good for. They go and they do something good for others.
Okay, so depending on how many people they're trying to feed and how well they spend it, that could last them, 2 days to a week.
Yeah.
Depending on the size of the family and how well they're trying to eat.
Yes.
As 1 gold is either 2 comfortable meals or 30 squalid meals? Yeah, because it would be 3 squalid meals to the silver. So yeah, 30 squalid meals.
Um, I'll say as the people who are I'll say as the people who are coming by, Tibbs isn't going to do any talking. He's just going to kind of be there as a mascot.
Yeah, the acolytes will continue casting you sidelong guesses occasionally, but they'll do their job of doling out the resources.
All right. I guess when they walk up to me, I'm going to be the one who kind of pushes a gold coin towards them.
Okay.
So.
And that sounds like everyone's evening then. So.
Effectively.
I do have one thing. Besides
Woo-hoo.
the rumor gathering, I guess I should go be a lawful citizen, because freaking mages guild.
Awesome.
Unless you already assumed I was just going to do that and wasn't going to make an event out of it.
Kenshi brought it up because he's a good guy, but whether you chose to go through that process or run around as an apostate was up to you.
No, I would go pay.
Well, it's not, there's paying, but there's also skill checks involved.
Fine. I have to go be responsible.
Let's see. So we're gonna need a fee to convince them of your private tutoring status, since you don't have any forms to prove that.
You're gonna need to get me to vouch for you.
You didn't say that, and you've already locked in your time.
I said, because I'm drinking right now. I become over sloshed. Yeah, I totally trained this bastard right here.
Okay, so
I will state his name and I would state who it is, but I won't ask you to be here, just for the sheer fact that I know what you're probably doing.
stating his name won't do you a damn good. He's good because they need certificates and stuff. as background checks. Anybody can walk in and drop a name.
I will roll.
So, hang on. We're going to need some strict checks here that I'm writing down.
Actually, no, I won't actually mention him. Because this is what I will say. While doing my duties as a knight, I found out that I could cast magic. And, well, I haven't been to a city in a while. So I'm here to go take care of that.
Oh, well, in that case, we're going to have to run you through the full program. Sign up here, and I hope you have nothing to do for the next few years.
No, I can't do that right now. I do have a sorcerer who works with me who has been teaching me. He's somewhere currently in the
That's
city.
nice. Do you have their papers? We have to confirm they're not in apostate.
Oh, dear Lord, I'm pretty sure Kodo's in apostate.
Would
Just
I
knowing
have been
Kodo.
before well, no, I wouldn't have been before papers.
You know how to get your ass licensed.
I'm just gonna roll persuasion.
Here we go. So you're going this route.
Uh-ohs.
I'm not saying bribe them. I am just telling him the current situation and asking that part to be delayed so we can just lead to the rest of it.
And that is how much it'll cost you to make the current situation go away. Now that you have dug that hole.
Well, I'm the big crew. It doesn't bother me.
Can't you just punch him in the face and run?
If he wants to get branded an apostate and become a wanted man for being an unlicensed mage,
Is he that kind of man?
you can give him that he's
You're
lawful
literally
good. That's
also-
unlikely.
I am chaotic good. I do not want to pay this, but I'm not going to sit there and ruin the image of the knights
And your family.
and my family. Oh man.
How many of them is there sitting right there? One.
Just one guy and the guards for the circle built. The Templar guards, Knights Templar, if you will.
I'm not even getting any respect out of it. I'm wearing Imperial Knight armor. Damn.
Hurry up, cast amnesia.
The circle is its own entity. It cares not for your royal lineage.
Yeah, I know.
Well, actually, they can be their entity. I want, my
They
own
don't control
server,
land.
right?
They're an organization. You're an independent organization.
You know what? I've also asked Kenshi for help every once in a while because I know he does magic.
I don't do magic. I channel dead people.
That's right. Wait,
Not.
wait. Tibbs is a cleric. He's technically a mage. He would have a license, wouldn't he?
He would be licensed via the Church of Bahamut, yes.
So I'm just imagining, excuse me, Bishop, but I would like to license my kitten.
But the question is he licensed to teach?
That's a good point.
Because a magical educator is an entirely different profession. So you can either pay the fee, or try to bluff your way out of it, and either way, then roll the Arcana check and the Con check to prove to their satisfaction that you're not a danger to everybody around you, so they can issue you your paperwork.
I will still persuade them of it, but I'm willing to pay for the paperwork and everything.
Well, you have to do both. It's like you have to pay the 500 to make him not, sound the alarm. Then you have to either persuade him of your situation or deceive him by crafting a situation that sounds plausible. And then you have to make the Arcana check and the Con check to actually take the test.
I'm a sorcerer, so I still have to take Arcana? Okay.
Arcana is the knowledge of how magic works. They want to make sure you understand the practical theory of what you're throwing around, so they feel understand how it works, and that you're safe doing it. As well as making sure you understand all the laws of magic in the kingdom.
Then I still have to do Con, though?
Con is for the practical hands-on exam. They're testing your
Oh,
stress.
Constitution.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
For some reason, I was thinking Con is like lying to him.
No, that's the deception check. No, it's a Constitution save. Actually, I'm sorry, Constitution check, not Constitution save.
Aw, so mean. I was gonna be like, wait, I could do this as a save? Sure, let me just add a D12 to this. Doop-a-doop-a-doo.
Do.
I'm at least trying to follow the damn law.
Sort of. If you're
I'm
actually
not
following
gonna
the damn
sit
law,
here-
you would have been, had years of schooling in some capacity by a licensed professional.
It's not like we've been able to do that because we've been busy saving the world.
Not disputing that, but they don't care.
Yeah,
Just be glad you're dealing with the circle and not the lodge.
I know. Persuasion, Arcana, and the con check.
The lodge would have taken your soul.
Ugh.
And I mean that figuratively. They totally would have taken a favor to be extracted at a later date for.
I totally would have like. I'm from this family. I'm not. I am literally an Imperial Knight. My honor says that I will not do this.
And then you declared apostate, and huzzah.
No, it's like
Line.
what I'm saying is like my honor is literally this. I can get this person and tell you I am with a licensed professional, and I am doing all this in good faith.
No, okay.
They don't care about good faith. They care about what services them over at the lodge.
I do have a question though. I know my time is locked in, but if he needs to, could he find me to interrupt it?
He could find you to interrupt it, but given how long it would take you to do what you already have locked in, by the time he found you and did that, your thing would be done and the offices would be closed.
Okay.
And given that we're doing this the same day,
And so you're doing this at the same day and roughly the same times because you're both having to deal with business hours and stuff. Okay. You squeak by on the practical knowledge part, but you are able to prove to their satisfaction that you are not a threat to those around you.
Learner's permit.
So you have a license with a with a bullshitted name for your licensed teacher. But it is a legitimate license. They have no reason to fact check it. You are now, a licensed mage on the continent.
oh, I just wanted to make sure I follow the law because that's who my character is.
So you had to skirt around the law a little bit, but you got there.
I mean, it's only because it's literally like I'm a freaking adult and suddenly I became a sorcerer.
It's not uncommon. That happens to people. It's like shit got weird. Suddenly I have magic. Cool. Now you get to stay here for a few years while you learn how to not blow yourself up.
I've already learned how not to do that much, mostly from trial and error.
Well, you see, that's the difference between a player character with class levels and a commoner with no class levels.
True.
Class levels allow you to pick up a lot of skills really quickly for no reason. So yeah, I killed a dragon and I suddenly know how to do long division.
Yas.
So I will give them the 5 platinum that they want, and I will also, in good faith,
That would be 50 platinum and 9 gold pieces.
Oh, sorry.
Or 51 platinum if you run a round.
I will be nicer. I will give 100 platinum to deal with the whole problem.
There you go. You're learning how it works here in the circle.
Yes, much to my displeasure as a knight.
Much to his consternation.
I welcome you to the Union.
Please tell me there's not yearly meetings I have to go to. Well,
No, but you do have to pay dues.
that's easy. I can just mail that to you.
Yeah, we add it to your taxes.
Oh, that's even easier then.
Now, it is recommended that if we're having a major, motion being considered, that you at least check in, to find out what's going on so you can weigh in, but you're not required to.
I understand. Sadly, I am very, very busy. Undead in the mountains, grave robbing in the city, that kind of thing.
And also, keep an eye out for newsletters and stuff in case we're boycotting any businesses or anything.
I'll try to keep that in mind, but as you understand, I have to be unbiased as a Knight of the Republic.
Of course.
Because images.
Well, now you're juggling 2 images: a member of the Circle and a Knight of the Republic. You're not the only one, but you'll get used to it.
Joy.
Don't worry, it's not as bad as it sounds.
I'm going to go back to being busy with saving the world and whatnot. Have a good day. I feel like Kenshi could have warned me a little bit more about that. Oh well.
Kenshi doesn't know much about the Circle.
Not that I know that. I know next to nothing. I was never a mage.
Kriv would know something about the Circle because they are such a fixture in the country.
I wouldn't know. I would know they exist. And that if you're not a mage of the Circle, you're technically an enemy of the state. That's as much as I know.
Actually, you
That's
know
all-
whatever's printed in the Continental of Ladrina handout.
Yeah, fair enough. Man, it's been so long. I feel like that's actually a recent part of it too.
Within the last 6 months, I think, is when that got added.
The last time I looked was like 8 months ago, to be fair.
Oop.
At that specific one.
But yeah, it's not that big a deal. It's like they're basically a guild.
God damn it, I just had to Pyax entry into a guild so I don't get persecuted by my own country.
Well, again, most of what they do is licensing, and if somebody puts out a request for a mage, it usually goes through them.
Ah.
So by having you licensed, one, you've proven to the state that you're safe to use your magic without accidentally blowing up at somebody's house. And 2, if they have need of a mage, they can contact you easily.
Not that I'm not already at their beck and call.
Well, yes, but now that they have you on record, they can, tag you with sending spells and stuff versus going, where the fuck is he?
Well, sending spells can go to anyone.
Well, yes, but if you're casting a sending spell, unless you happen to be a mage yourself, you have to go through the Circle.
Well, too bad I don't have sending.
You can learn it later, but yeah, you don't have it right now. Because, for example, if your father was trying to contact you, your father is not a mage, so your father would probably have to talk to a mage in the Circle to go, hey, can you send my son this, message?
That makes more sense then.
Or if you want a magic item commissioned, you'd probably have to go talk to the Circle. As like, they're not so much a political structure as just another guild that is responsible for making sure that all the mages, that are running around actually know, how to use their stuff safely versus spontaneously combusting all the fire force.
Hey, now I technically I can't spontaneously combust. I'll just turn into an icicle.
If you crit fail your magic, you might spontaneously combust.
Damn it.
Or
Forgot
become a
about that.
conduit for a demon.
No, get your 40k out of here.
And that's the kind of thing they want to make sure that you understand the risks and that you're trained to handle so it doesn't happen as easily. It's like, thankfully you're in the Republic, so you just get them. You don't have to deal with the Lodge, which is actually a political structure unto its own right and arguably has more power than the Crown, since they strangle the economy.
Where are they at?
That's the Republic, that's not the Republic, the Silken Empire.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't have to deal with the, basically the Lodge of Sorceresses from Witcher.
Ooh. I know exactly what that is. No, thank you.
Combined with the dragon, and they have been combined with the dragon houses from Eberron. So basically all economics go through them.
At least they won't try to murder me if I go there now.
If they do, it's because they have something to gain from it, not because you're unlicensed.
But yes, I will go back
They're kind
and
of like a magic mafia.
But after that, I'll go back. I try to gain information from rumors and whatnot. At least we're not making any major splashes.
You guys do your things.
Oh wait, there is one other thing I tried to do.
Okay, Liam.
Sorry.
One more
It's just
thing.
because the conversations about this just keep reminding me of more things.
You're fine. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Getting the magic version of my armor.
Okay, so you're
At
going
least
to you're going to check into the armory with that. The dwarf in charge is going to look at your shit, and I was like, "What the hell did you do to this?"
let's see, skeletal dragons, vampires, undead abominations in the mountains, dragons, vampires,
You said those
uh,
already.
pirates,
Must have been
and
some pirates.
well, I was able to deal with the pirate part damage.
As he's
That's-
looking
that's-
like what where the armor has basically been like collapsed in the shape of Velgano's foot.
Oh, that was a very strong vampire.
It's a really weird footprint because she wears like stiletto boots, so it's got like the upper part of the foot and then like a small spike.
Don't mind me, I'm just busy.
So it's gonna take us a few days to work on this.
I mean, it fixed. At least got it functioning again.
Well,
You have no idea how.
we can do that. It's gonna take us a little bit of time.
Well, it's still functioning because afterwards, I at least got it functioning. I'm a blacksmith.
Yes, you got it functioning. I want it to get good.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that part.
It's like it's functional, but it still looks like a piece of shit.
Well, you try fighting undead vampires and skeletal dragons.
Is there any other kind of vampire?
Uh,
Undead seems
well,
a little redundant.
yeah. Well, try fighting ones that's been around for apparently a couple millennia.
All right. Well, I can get it back into working order. Is there anything else you need done to it?
Can you do this to it? And then the parts about the shielding.
Oh, you're mage. Well, that's
Yeah.
obviously not equipped to that. Yeah, I think we can turn it to upgrade it to Warcaster status. It's gonna take a little longer. You know what? Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it as an actual roll for lulz. Eh, 9 days.
Cool. Definitely appreciate that.
Not a problem. Who am I billing this to? Your house, the crown.
How much would it cost?
Well, first of all, was this in the line of some duty or campaign, or was this what you were doing? Some kind of errant adventure.
Mostly adventure at this point.
Okay, in that case, it's privately built then.
Cool. How much platinum do you want?
Well, let's see. Cost of repairs plus however long it takes for my computer to load the book with the the power cell in it. Let's see. Unfortunately, you don't have levels in the Iron Kingdoms mage class, so you won't get the full benefit of this, but you'll still get something.
What does that mean?
They have a Warcaster class that gets the full benefit of the Warcaster armor because they have class features that operate around it.
Ah.
But since you did not take the Warcaster class, you took Sorcerer.
Sorcerer made the most sense.
Yeah, it did. You did nothing wrong. You just, because you did it that way, and unless you decide to retrain into Warcaster, you don't get the full benefits.
True.
Okay, so this would be. This would be an Arcane Turbine.
When you have them, I will need to.
You're adding 10 pounds to your armor. Congratulations.
I will need to.
So it's going from 1,000 to 1,010.
Yep.
Damn it! Wait, didn't you say it was actually 600 instead of 1,000 for both pieces?
Well, that was
total?
looking at the other version. Remember the one that didn't get the stat bonuses and everything?
Ah.
But I decided was the infantry model versus what you had.
Cool. So everything is literally the same.
Okay,
Got it.
So Arcane Turbine. Okay, you will have to worry about coal and water now, for the record.
I thought I didn't have to do that because of the version of the armor I have.
No, the Arcane Turbine he's adding has to worry about coal and water. So the armor itself will work without coal and water, but if you intend to use the Warcaster features, you will need to put coal and water in there. However, it runs for 12 hours at full power, and you can extend that by not running the turbine at the time.
Ah.
And so it can run for a full day if you're not actively using it.
And that's only that specific part of it.
Yeah. So if you're running it on standby, it takes a day. If you're not running it at all, it obviously doesn't use fuel. Yeah, 1 gold of coal per day for 12 hours of use. So yeah, it's not.
Makes me sad.
Alright, has 20 charges. Replenishes 5 charges at the start of each of your turns. And for 5, I believe it's 5 charges. Can double check that. Scrolling. That's weapons. Warcaster armor. Okay, we're going to treat this as... Okay, as a bonus action, you can expend charges from the Arcane's Turbine. Each charge expended in this way grants you 1d4 temporary hit points that last for a minute.
Okay. So I get up to 20 d4 for temporary hit points.
It carries 20. It recharges 5 per turn. However, I'm going to double check this. power output. Power output is the maximum number of charges it can put out at one time. Okay, so it has a power output of 8. So you can burn up to 8 charges at one time. It has 20 charges in it and replenishes up to 5 charges per turn. I can write that down if it'll help.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And then you can just copy it to wherever you need to copy it. Okay.
Duck.
And this, this means he can't do that here, right? At least not within the estimated time. But it also means that because you have this engine, you can now attach various additional weapons that can be powered by the turbine.
Hmm. I'll have to keep that in mind.
So yeah, if you just want to keep it on non-combat standby, basically 1 gold a day to keep it, to run it for the day. If you're running it at full combat output, 1 gold per 12 hours.
Cool.
And now it can be literally turned into an elemental.
Yeah.
Also, now that it has this, I can talk to certain tinkerers and whatnot to try to make it not require coal.
You'd have to find some kind of like high-level artificer for that, because this is how all of the the Republic power armor tech operates, is some form of coal-based engine.
Yeah, I understand.
The arcane engine, the arcane turbine that you have, is the most efficient one they have, because it can use the combination of the user's own passive magical energies plus the coal. It's basically, while you're wearing the armor, it's drawing on your magical energy in addition to the coal to power it. It doesn't actually cost any spell slots or anything, to my understanding, but it can only be used by somebody who actually has magic. And again, if you have levels of Warcaster, then you can do stuff like a temporary field of invulnerability and that kind of stuff.
Cool.
But this is the bare minimum you can do. I am treating it as medium Warcaster armor.
Wait, is it medium armor now? Oh man, I'm actually proficient in this.
No. Warcaster armor comes in 3 categories. Based on the type of armor it's being equipped to, in terms of output, it is considered medium armor for the purposes of the turbine. The type of armor has not changed, but I had to look at the stat block to see what type of armor it would be equivalent to in terms of the Warcaster armor.
Cool. Works for me.
Because it's not the ridiculously heavy, like 40k plate mail, which is the heavy Warcaster armor. That would be closer to if we'd slapped this on one of the infantry models. And At which point you take a movement penalty and a whole bunch of other stuff. I think your max move became 25.
Please no.
Yeah. That's why I was like, okay, this is technically not, that type of powered armor. This is just a suit of augmented plate mail, so we're going to put it in this category. Alright. So with all that out of the way, unless anybody else has anything they would want to add, I think we will finally get to the next morning.
Okay.
Woohoo!
Where you will have breakfast with the father, the acolytes, and for most of you, you will have your first meeting with Kalina, as she will also be attending the breakfast. Unless you choose to engage her, she's quiet and just kind of eating, ignoring all of you. Given that you are at a church, it's a modest but decent meal. Breads, cheeses, eggs, that kind of thing. Some fruit.
I will just.
It's a humble meal, but it's a filling meal. It's not a poor man's meal by any means. It's just they're not lavishing in the random luxuries.
By the way, you never told me the cost.
Oh yes, you are right. Well, the turbine is 500. So combine that with the cost of repairs. I'm gonna call it 750 gold. So 75 platinum.
Cool. I'll hand it to him. It's like, here you go.
Thank you very much. And we will. Where do we reach you when it's completed?
You can find me at this church currently, because at that point I'll at least make the decision. But if I am not there, you can reach out to my clan, who will then be able to at least get it to me, or tell me where it's at.
Sure.
And I will introduce myself as Servant of Rixius at that point.
Thank you very much, my lord. We'll do our best.
Thank you. And at that point, I am just wearing expensive noble clothes.
Yep. Yep. Breakfast.
Breakfast. I will still begrudgingly. I am thankful for this meal, but I have chosen not to be at my family's estate. Could have done it. Could have. Would have been an excuse. So good. Well, I don't feel like walking across the entire city multiple times. We're already doing that.
Sorry.
Like, I'll be mumbling that in Draconic while I'm eating. I'm just going to say that right now.
Alright. Kiddo will take a moment to drink. To drink, I presume tea would be available.
Tea, fruit juice, water.
Okay.
If the option of tea is available, I'm taking it.
It's black tea.
I don't care. It's tea, damn it.
Okay,
I must
he'll
have
take
tea.
some tea.
Coffee.
And as he's taking that tea, he'll be silently casting lesser restoration on himself to. He drank a lot last night.
Hangover.
Look at poor Kodo. He looks hungover.
You see, other people exchange gifts during winter solstice. Kodo drinks.
I'm immune to poison, so I would have at some point probably joined you. Now that I think about it.
What would have been a comical scene, because he'd been in his yokai form, like, lapping up sake from this large saucer.
Oh dear lord. You know what? I'm glad I'm not drunk. I had to deal with your ass. I assume it started last night, or when is it actually starting? I don't recall.
What?
You just said it was happening soon.
What, the solstice?
No, the festival.
In a few days.
It ain't happening yet.
It's close enough.
Oh dear lord, he's a drunk. He's a drunkard.
But with that restoration, him looking a bit more proper. I'm gonna get this person's name correct. Okay. So we have the father, we have Kalina.
And the two nameless acolytes.
Okay.
I'm still going to be wearing my nice, rich, noble clothes.
If I may ask, and I'll be looking at Kalina as I'm saying this, you're not exactly dressed in the attire I would expect for someone joining us at this table, because I take it her manner of dress is starkly different from.
She's not dressed in the vestments of the temple.
Right.
She's dressed in functional but higher grade, somewhere between like noble and adventurer's attire. It's like well off, adventurer traveler clothing.
Right. I figured if it wasn't her image, it would still be something different than acolyte clothing.
It's very similar to her image, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. It was just I'll make that comment.
It's like, you are perceptive, aren't you?
For it being in the morning, yes.
Can you dazzle us with any other startling observations?
She asked that.
Do you have any other knowledge besides what the father has told us about the current happenings with the graves of your followers?
No.
Or at least his followers.
I'd say they're not my followers. But I seriously doubt I can tell you anything that he hasn't already mentioned.
Okay. I just figured I'd ask to be fair, because...
Do I want to know what that's about?
I'm gonna be inciting her to see if I can conclude any marvelous observations.
Yay.
I
would like to make sure that she's not lying to us, so can I also roll it?
Is she?
You are free to, if you do not believe her, you are free to roll. If you're going for observations, that might be closer to investigation than insight. But I'll hear you out first.
Well, it's and I can see investigation from what I'm about to say. It's like, is she left-handed? Are there signs of an old wound?
That's investigation.
Okay. Okay.
And I assume we're still on D12s for our proficiency. If I recall correctly.
That your proficiency bonus doesn't change beyond +6, so yeah, you're still a D12.
Cool. Okay, D12.
I'll silent cast Fox Cunning.
I expected a normal roll of, not that.
Shit. Thank you, Fox's Cunning. I'm clever as a fox.
I'd hope so.
Me gird. Though the proficiency die kind of went meh on me.
I think it's because mine took all the luck away from you.
You're like, your proficiency die beats my proficiency die over the head. Give me that number.
Because I was expecting a 19, 22. Not up. Here's just a 12 plus your 12 plus a 5. The fact that I have 20 in wisdom now. Random question while you're thinking on things, Tristan, for
Mhm.
everyone. Would you basically be considered a demigod if you get to the point where you have 20 in all stats?
Well, I mean,
I think demigod. I think that'd be peak athletic and academic. I think beyond 20 is where you become a demigod.
yeah, I know the chart stops at 30, and 20 is supposed to be human peak. Though arguably, then all the races that have stat bumps should have their maximums increased by their stat bump, but that's just my opinion.
I don't disagree with that.
Oh shit! Am I seeing a data dump?
No, this is Eric.
Oh, okay.
I just asked whether or not she's giving the complete truth. I wasn't even trying to get details out of it. Oh man.
Holy crap! That insight! I just saw your roll. I just saw your actual roll. That is crazy.
I rolled a 12. I rolled normal. It's in the deep proficiency did this. Like, I can't help it. Roll 20 wants to do this to me. Oh dear lord, that's a wall of text.
That's not a wall of text. I can give you a wall of text.
It's a wallaby of text. Oh.
It's a wall of text junior.
Haha.
Da, 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 da.
Man, if I need to get some persuasion checks up in here.
Mm,
Oh, Kodo can tell stories and by extension dance. Oh, better
Okay,
than
that's
Karen,
weird.
anyway. He has proficiency in performance.
Ah. So, given that she was not there, I would ask a similar line of questioning to Father Dumas. I so wanted to say it, but I would just ask if she's noticed anything like organized crime or any correlations between who's like status, who, or race, or age, or gender of the people's graves that's been robbed.
No. No uptick in crime that I'm aware of, and again, the families really have no connection to each other.
What about connection to influential organizations?
Oh, certainly not. Half of them are farmers.
I figured I'd ask because last time I went to a place of a bunch of farmers, they all turned out to be vampires.
Oh, that does sound interesting.
It was on the other side of the continent, though. Weird stuff happens over there. It's actually pretty close to the Mistlands, too. Yeah, whole cult of people worshiping vampires. Pretty weird. But, cool. So, I guess that leaves going to these graves. Are they in the same condition as when they were found after being desecrated, or did y'all clean it up or anything like that?
Is that to Dumas?
Just the table in general.
It's like, Dumas will answer that. It's like, well, we haven't visited the grave sites ourselves, so we have no idea what condition they're in.
So the only thing is that
It
it's been
started
reported
a month
to
ago.
you.
Most recent was 4 days ago at this point.
Which one was that one? Just looking at the list.
I believe they're in order. So that would be the Fullett family north of the city.
Well, you guys want to go for a hike? Or would y'all want to take a carriage?
I'm fine with walking. I'm just looking at what you said to me, and I'm thinking, was any of that really even hidden?
You were trying to deduce hidden, things about her by looking her over. Based on what you said,
Yeah.
you're Holmesing her. This is what you would get with that.
Okay.
Some of that was not obvious.
Does she not have her weapon on her?
No,
Okay, she doesn't have it.
she did not bring her weapon to breakfast.
Okay.
She's not some barbarian that has to stab the bread from across the table.
Give me that. It's like, give me the ham. Okay, sure. No, you're being too slow.
I was like, I'm sorry, is David's knowledge of the face claim bleeding into his insight check?
I feel like it is.
Well, I figured we had some of our gear with us.
Well, that's up to you.
so-
You're adventurers. You
That's-
yeah, this is her house.
I don't know what
mean,
you're talking
If you were at
about. I'm
home,
a
would you be
noble.
walking around in your full armor carrying all your equipment?
I am a noble, good sir. My equipment is.
You don't know. No. So I just.
I know the samurai like walking around the house with their dice show, but
No, actually, you're right. Because she's not like an adventurer.
or she is.
She's just
or she's
randomly
not
wandering
currently
around
adventuring,
with
this is her
with
house.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. Because like in my mind, it's like, why aren't you at your? But you're right. If it's your own home, you wouldn't do that. Okay.
I'm not even doing that. I'm not at my own home.
I mean, who knows what she's hiding up her skirt? But you really want to try finding out?
True sight. It doesn't.
If I find out you
true
do
sight doesn't
something
work
like
that
that-
way.
If I ever found out you did something like that, I just want you to know that you'd get stunning strike to oblivion.
Over 2,000 years old. What do you think? I haven't seen naked people.
I'll just call you a pervert, hit you on the back of the neck, and just let you fall.
I've had over 2,000 years to master the art of Japanese perving.
How do you even have to look to tie that handkerchief on?
I know all about how to use my cell phone as a mirror to look under skirts or putting things on my shoe and all that.
You see
You
these
know what?
glasses? They got
I'm
mirrors
just
on
going to
them.
hit Kodo the more we talk about this. And the more
Okay.
little things it's pretty giving.
Okay. But yeah, it's like we can. I have no problem walking. Now, wait, is that happening like near the end of breakfast, or is this just
When,
conversation during?
when you choose to bring it up,
I would wait until at least about halfway through breakfast. Or towards the end. Somewhere in that area.
Okay. Because if it's towards the end, then I can actually give a parting word to. I'm looking up the name. I have it written down. Kalina. Provided it is near the end and we are leaving, as I pass Kalina, I just would would like to comment to her. Could I extrapolate like the fencing style from?
not from the
From the-
calluses, no.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, so as I'm leaving, I'll just kind of comment. Yeah. Yeah, we wouldn't want to be using up any more of their time. Wouldn't want the lady here to be late for her rapier practice.
That's awfully considerate of you. Nothing else, I can applaud your manners.
I'll just
No.
continue walking.
I don't think she's taking a liking to you.
I don't think she's taking a liking much to anyone.
I
Well,
don't think
I'm-
anyone's that persuasive in this group. So,
I mean, I have a +4.
I think surprisingly I might be the most persuasive person here.
I have a.
I don't think anybody had proficiency in it.
I have a 6 plus a d12. in persuasion.
Oh, so Kodo is very persuasive.
Yeah, I only have a +3.
I see. Kodo used to be like a resistance leader, and then a ruler, and then became evil. So he had to make evil speeches later. So
The road to hell is paved with good deeds.
okay, that's Kodo's
Sorry,
entire
good
thing.
intentions.
That's why whenever anyone brings up, I'm doing all this for my people, I'm like, yeah, I've been down that path. Don't do that. Not this way.
Not like this.
That's why he felt such a connection with oh my god, too many names in my head for this type of person. Velgana.
But yeah. I would just comment that because Kodo has been the only person not to talk business. I've left the relationship as stranger giving information to adventurer. Kodo's the one trying to be personable. And Kenchi's relationship is, well, Kenchi's relationship, I'm not going to try to get involved in that.
He's met her. That's his relationship.
Well, it's clearly at least something that she has that nickname.
You've spent 5 minutes with her. I think you can figure out where the nickname came from.
You're not wrong, though. I agree with you on that one. But, yes, on to this farm.
That's a
Woohoo!
casual acquaintance. Okay.
I do wonder, and this is after we've left.
Bullet family.
Kenshi, if you don't mind me asking, any fathoming how Aurora became friends with her?
That's a
were
good
a
question.
It's like her, Aurora's sister, and some chick from the Yokai Kingdoms.
Was she always like this? I assume from your experience she was, but I assume Aurora might
I
have said
think-
something.
I've only met her a handful of times, but every time I've met her, she's been like this. I mean, she did seem extra cold today, but that could be because, we weren't with anybody she knew, or she just really doesn't like you guys. Not that she likes me any better, but...
Well, I don't know. I think if I start turning charms on people, then Kriv might have a few words to say to me.
It's like,
Yes.
Aurora says she takes a while to warm up to people, and, once she does, she's fiercely loyal, but until then, she's, well, that.
You start trying to use magic to charm people, I'll slap you upside the head, because that's just rude.
I didn't say magic.
Fine. Use magic or be...
Words, Kriv. I have words.
I
usually when
prefer
use it
the
with you, we're
concept of
just
charming
arguing.
people through the power of Christ.
And I'm surprised you didn't take that opening. He's not talking about my age.
I am trying to avoid talking about your age, you 2,000-year-old geezer.
To be fair, I believe that 2000 is rather young in his people.
Older side of middle-aged. At least in my experience.
That is a good question. I'll say, Grandmaster Koto, do you have any children?
No.
Knowing him and what I've seen in his room, he probably has a lot.
And I'll say, do you not have children, or do you not have children that you wish to speak of?
Yes.
Kodo actually looks like he didn't expect people to ask this question, and he's looking rather mixed in emotions right now.
It's like, am I say Tibbs would be like, well, you were a leader and you were considered, ruler. I assume that females threw themselves at you.
On our way to
And he
check
is
out
a
grave
sly
robbery.
fox.
Hey, Kodo, how's your sex life?
I mean, it's a couple hours worth of walking. What else are we
I'm
gonna
like,
do?
what,
Yeah,
am I say,
I-
we're,
Maybe an hour's walk, maybe two.
I
It's
I'll say, Were,
point
were
is,
you,
walking a
I'll say,
good
were you? I'll say, were you the only ruler in existence who did not have the company of concubines?
I highly doubt that. He was
wasn't
called God King.
It wasn't quite like that. Hold on, I need to pull this out now and take a look.
I
He's
mean,
like, wait.
even then, Tibbs, he is a sly fox after all.
I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. So he's a fox demon, who was a tyrannical ruler, and somehow didn't get laid and have a bunch of illegitimate children.
Four daughters and a son.
I like how he's like, I don't have kids. Child support checks later.
Uh,
Got 6 whole ass grown ass kids.
But yeah, it'll say
Hell, Kenshi might be one of them. We don't know.
I'm pretty
Probably
sure
why he's like half badger, half wolf, or whatever.
The fuck? I'm a cat.
he's literally a cat yokai.
yes, that means a uniform necromancy. But yeah, Kodo will he kind of says it somewhat distantly, but four daughters and a son.
Oh.
You had that many kids in that much time. Please tell me you weren't an absent father, at least.
Well, you can't spend all 2,000 years with them.
That's
Only a few hundred years until they're a grown-ass adult, at least. Isn't that right, Kenshi? Like a couple hundred years till they're considered an adult?
Closer to 100.
I'll say, you're like a teenager, right?
I don't think we've actually ever asked how old Kenshi is.
I would assume he looks younger than Kodo.
It came up once. I'm just under 300, and I'm an adult, a young adult, but an adult. Again, we normally reach physical maturity / adulthood somewhere around our 100th year.
See, only 600 years of his millennia-spanning lifetime.
So old enough to drink, but not old enough to rent a car without your parents' consent.
I can rent whatever I want without my parents' consent, but that's beside the point.
I just love how we're berating.
But yes, I believe it would be the equivalent of a human's early to mid 20s.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so I'll say just barely under enough to be able to qualify for renting a car. Awesome.
But yes, being deposed has its issues. It's complicated.
Okay. I'm just going to give him this scolding look of he's trying to say he might have been an absent father, and just that disappointed scolding look.
Oh, 1 second.
You're about to get dimension doored, man.
I'm just giving him this look like you better not say it.
1 second. 1 second. You know what? I will search for this spell and add it to my list right now.
Yay, PvP on the road.
No, it's not going to cause damage.
I'm not even doing anything specifically. Just with what he said, I'm just giving this look like, are you really saying this? With the angry eyes.
Look, not everyone has the time to, to take care of, your
okay.
the six kids that you know about, and probably like the 100 that you know.
Okay, is it? I just want to confirm. Is it an accusatory look?
I'm not accusing you of it. I'm just saying you better not have be admitting that kind of look.
Okay.
I'm not accusing. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Exactly. I'm not accusing you of it, but I'm just saying you better not have it.
Words are spoony. I'm not saying. Just saying.
Kona will be glaring back at you and have a bit of a growl in his voice. Their mother and I were eventually on different sides of a conflict. Again, being deposed has issues and complications. There's a reason why I haven't gone back home in almost 3,000 years. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. 1,000-ish. Can't think of the number right now.
I will just roll my eyes and let it go.
I'll say, Tiz will look at you and kind of like, he was like, I assume that they are all just as powerful as you.
I hope not. I got my power through unsavory means. I don't want them to do that.
I don't know. Most of your power seems to be from your bloodline. So, if they're of your blood, which they are. Who says they won't be as powerful as you?
Well, then may they make better decisions than I did.
I'm certain that you only betted the finest and the most powerful of your people.
I thank you for that. As far as
Hey, I think I see the farm up ahead.
oh, yes.
I pray that my ability to speak passes on to my children.
I would like that, actually. It'd be nice to have a Tibbs around. I've gotten quite fond of you.
Off chance, could I roll knowledge or con to see if that's even a thing for awakened creatures?
Sure.
Pass on the awakenness.
But yes, you can please go ahead and describe the first place we're supposed to be going to. Because let's not get too derailed, even though we kind of got on that train a while ago. Are you really going to try to do that?
It's like, this almost just happened to you.
You know what would have happened? I would have counterspelled it, because I learned that.
Yeah, but then I would have counterspelled your counterspell.
You're just lucky you didn't get... No, you did get a Charisma 22, didn't you?
Yes.
So that makes you eligible for the expanded mage shit.
Oh, shit. I thought it was the other one. I didn't think it was in this one.
Yeah. Had this one had it first.
Huh.
It wouldn't make sense to be in one Ladrina game and not the other one.
But true, it is the same world.
So I think you're counterspell proof.
He's really at that point? God damn it.
Spell only requires minor gestures we can make with any part of the body. So, my tail, for instance. Materials only.
So if you do the sorcerer thing that says you don't even have to gesture, then yeah, you're counterspell proof.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you still have to gesture, but it doesn't have to be... Somebody can make an Arcana check to realize you're casting versus just automatically knowing you're casting.
Also, I just want you to realize this. Wisdom save to resist. For the monk.
Yeah.
Yes, but it'd be his proficient stat versus your proficient stat.
True.
Yeah. And note, again, it doesn't do damage. He would have just teleported you 120 feet, like, backwards, just so you're behind the group.
Oh, it has to be on the ground or the floor. Damn it, I was going to say you're going to trip up in the air.
That is what, like, all of the teleport spells say, and it irks me so much because it limits its neat tactical usability.
I just want you to know, but as a monk, now that I'm not wearing armor, it would do nothing.
Oh yeah, he would have just ran up. The purpose would have been to be annoying, not to be harmful.
Like, even if you put me in the air, at 14th level, it's... I can't remember off the top of my head. 5 times my monk level, so 670 something.
70 even.
So, yeah, 70 flat damage, and it's a d6 per 10 feet. So,
Actually, wait. This just requires a verbal component. So yeah, it would have completely annihilated any need for any movement.
Yep. So no
At
counter
all.
spells.
God damn it. By the way, I'm going to keep giving you that look every time this comes up.
You know, the player is glad it came up. It got me to talk about some of my history.
But yeah, what's going on with this place?
It's like, you find a gravel path leading off the road, which leads you up to a well-tended farmhouse surrounded by an apple orchard. You can hear pigs and sheep in the distance. As you approach, you see a couple of simple farmhouses and various, fenced-in pens filled with sheep and pigs. Several people milling about, men and women seem to be, doing, various farming duties. See, 3 men, 4 women, one of them much older than the others, few kids.
There we go. Just adding that to my book of references.
Okay. Doing farm stuff, checking apple trees, feeding pigs, shearing sheep, etc.
I will go ahead and get the attention of one of them.
You flag down one of the young men who's probably closest to you, who in turn will look and then flag over the older woman, who will make her way over and shoo the other one back to work. It's like, how can I help you?
Good morning, ma'am. I am Sir Nerexius, and these are my colleagues. We've heard about a recent grave robbing that happened here a few days ago, and we're trying to figure out what is going on. Would you be able to help us? It was... I'll pull out that sheet of paper, say the name of who it was.
Sir, you say. So they're sending, some highborn out here to help. Good for them. About time they took this shit seriously.
I'm not specifically related to the ongoings of the political environment there. I am doing this of my own goodwill.
Doesn't matter. They still got a bloody night. That's all I care about. So, what do you need to know?
Can you take us to where this grave is?
I guess. This way. Lead you over to small patch of grass on the edge of the orchard where there's obviously a dug up hole.
Other than that, what time of day did this happen? Did you notice anything weird happening beforehand? The standard police questions when trying to figure out a crime scene.
She didn't hear anything, didn't see anything, just came out the next morning and, when they were checking the fields and voila.
This happened days ago. I am not the survival expert, so I wouldn't probably be able to figure out anything specifically. What would it be for us to get information from the place?
This would be an investigation check.
Anyone halfway decent at it? Yes? No?
Investigation?
Maybe?
1 second. The conversation from earlier.
Kenshi is
Nope.
if you're not.
I'm good.
I am not. I only have a +2.
Okay. So PC roll first.
Well, actually, Kenshi, if you wanna help me, that'd be.
I can assist. Yeah.
It'll take a few breaths, just letting the conversation from earlier kind of be in the past.
And while you two are examining the grave site, the rest of you can question the lady.
Maybe I should have assisted you. Actually, no, +10. Okay,
You're rolling the same bonus. You're rolling the same bonus.
Oh, okay.
Plus, you both have a +2.
Yeah, everyone has the same bonus.
Yeah, everyone took roughly the same intelligence. Nothing appears remarkable about the grave. Looks like it was dug up. 22 and indicate it was probably dug up with a tool versus like bare hands. It's like clean dig, as it were, smooth lines, that kind of thing.
Okay.
Inside the casket doesn't show any signs of anything trying to break out. See signs of decay that would be consistent with a body from, within the last decade on the latter end. So maybe about 10 years ago. I'm sorry. Died 5 years ago. And okay, I got my order wrong, but that's okay. Body was taken 2 weeks previously.
Okay.
It would help if they put the names in order versus just listing the names and letting me figure out who's in what order.
Yeah.
I assume the last one on the list would be the most recent one. That's on me. So yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Cool. So, anyone feel like trying to find out if there's any magical means of hiding what happened here?
Like, magic? You want to use magic on my husband's... What? Get those black arts out of here.
Well...
Oh, these kind of people.
Well, ma'am, we are trying to see if anyone was trying to hide their tracks. Because we would like to be able to properly put his body at rest at the end of this whole ordeal.
Which is great. I want that, but I don't want to anger the spirits any further than they've already been angered by, stirring up the fairies or whatever.
Oh, there's no push cognition spell.
I was like, the fuck?
I will try to charismatically calm this woman down.
Persuasion check?
I would like to assist him, and I would like to assist him by stating just tacking on to whatever he says or trying to thread in would a member of the clergy be able to be able to respectfully perform to your satisfaction?
You can attempt with advantage, I guess.
Because in my head I'm going, we got Tibbs.
15 plus 5, or 9 plus 5. I gladly take that 17 from doing it.
That's what the number was. Okay. Died 5 years ago involved in that. Okay. It's like Joe Conn does it. Fine, just be quick about it. I don't need any more witchcraft around this farm as it, already got ourselves thrice damned for getting involved in that trial years ago as it is.
What about trial?
There was some scandal or another, with witches, about 10 years ago. My husband, Chander, was involved in the trial. He was one of the jurors. The place has been cursed ever since.
Oh. That's an interesting piece of information. I am going to roll history, since I feel like this might be something I would know.
Okay, based on who you are, where you're from, and when this would have occurred. How old are you?
Yeah, I am.
I'm going to say 20s.
It was like 28 or so.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I was like, 28 was what I was going with because of the.
Yeah, okay.
For some reason, that's not on the sheet. Oh, that's right, because we originally put everything into a PDF that I no longer have. It is right. I mean, I'm pretty sure I was busy doing other things, but I figured at least hear something of this trial.
Age helps me set the DC. Because if you were like 4 at the time, you probably wouldn't have paid attention here.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I was distracted with Border Wars.
Exactly.
but at least heard something since it's the capital.
It's like you don't hear about every crime that goes down in the capital, but
Things that involve trials and scandals, for sure.
not necessarily. Depends on the significance.
True.
But this is what the role is for.
I don't want to use it because I just got it, but I don't trust my ability for a history check. Yeah, I'll do it. I will give myself an extra +2. I don't trust myself.
Hey, someone's using the card not for a reroll.
Yeah.
I almost never use it for a reroll.
Okay. 18.
I feel insulted by that. I never use it for rerolls.
Yeah,
You're like the exception.
Yeah,
Which is good.
we're used to people not using the extra effects and only using the reroll.
Like, trust me, in the Final Fantasy game, if it wasn't for the fact that the way you described the boss, I would have freaking used the card and just went, use this card. It gives me extra damage because I crit, which doubles it.
It's like
I like the extra effects, but 9 times out of 10, the cards that I get, the extra effects don't even have like nothing to do with my skill set, so I can't even use them properly.
But yes, what do I remember?
Based on 18, not much. It's like you heard trial, you haven't heard the term witches very often, but and usually it's again the superstitious sorts. On and off over the years, there's been all sorts of trials involving different apostates and people that practicing unlicensed magic and the like. Nothing in particular is ringing a bell.
Do you remember the name of this trial, ma'am?
Off the top of my head, not entirely. I do know it. It's like it was a big scandal, locally here at least. I don't think we made the papers or anything. Not much to tell, really. Local magistrate discovered a coven of witches, and they were executed. Trial by jury, all that. My husband served on the jury.
Yeah, when you say local magistrate, you're talking about the capital city's magistrate.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let me scroll up, get his name. Because, why would they give me his fucking name, where it's actually useful, I guess. Ulfas Borlak.
Wonder if he's still in charge.
This you can make a check for.
What would that be?
Still history.
Since I rolled 19, it is 21. At least I know government shit.
Yeah, I'm double checking, but I believe.
And oh man, I can actually get some information from the Circle of
Yeah,
Mages.
he's currently.
Nice.
Also, never mind. I'm not going to ask it right now.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
wait.
currently. I'm double checking this. I believe he is the magistrate of Corvus.
I mean, I'd hope so. There's only one city, and we're only like a short walk away from it.
Well, yes, but I wanted to make sure he didn't get promoted higher.
Ah.
That he was still a magistrate and hadn't gotten bumped up higher. So yeah, he's the magistrate of Corvus.
Interesting. He's still the magistrate. And this happened 5 years ago is what you said?
No, my husband died 5 years ago. The trial was 10.
Trial is 10, your husband died 5 years ago. Bodies are being dug up now. How many people were on the jury?
Normal sized jury, so 12, I think, a dozen.
I'm just trying to remember this off the top of my head because I wouldn't specifically ask that. I feel like I should know my own legal system.
As a normal jury is 10 to 12, depending on the severity of the case.
And we have 7 bodies, and there might still be people who were alive since it was only 10 years ago. So, given that jury duty is given to adults, they could still be alive.
Wait, we only give jury duty to the children.
They're...
The second you hit puberty, you are no longer eligible. Babies are the best jurors.
It's that soul
Hey,
side,
now,
man.
I don't know how the laws are in fantasy worlds. I'm just assuming that only an adult would have to deal with the boring work of jury duty.
I was actually reading a fantasy choose your own adventure thing where there was like, it's like they only have one class of mage that basically they call them, I think it's truth seers. They basically are under permanent like zone of truth and like max insight. It's like that's the only spell they know is like piercing lies, and they start them as babies. And they learn how to do this before they learn how to magic. They master the insight skill by putting the baby in the courtroom and just having them watch the trial.
And then treating it as a game to gamify their ability to read past court things and current court dealings to try to get them to learn how to trust their instincts and become more accurate.
And say they learn what a liar looks like at basically at birth, and then once they're actually old enough to process what they learned, then they explain what they had been watching.
Wow.
And it has the added benefit of they don't tell the people in the courtroom why the baby's there, so it just fucks with people to have this baby sitting there watching the trial.
Oh my god, that's a fucked up world, but it's amazing. So
I'll say it's like the cereal milk babies from from what's that thing what was the future cop movie.
Oh, Minority Report.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
let's just keep these crack babies just floating around and fucking floating around in water to tell the future.
oh, I remember that. Oh my god. But
As he's talking, I would like to whisper to Tibbs. Actually, wait. You know what? I will do better than whisper. I will cast the bullshit. I will cast
nothing.
I will ritual cast. I don't want to spend the MP.
For the record, ritual cast does require you, like set up a ritual.
Oh, never mind that. I will use the MP. I will cast the telepathic bond, so I can just keep
I feel
conversations private. But it'll be
You're
with
so
the group.
mean.
You're included too, if you'd like to be.
Okay, I feel better now. I was about to say, you're gonna exclude me because I just gave you a stern look,
Yes.
like you're being a delinquent.
I took 20 levels in petty.
I mean, for the record, in his life, he has betted other people. But so
I didn't care about that part.
I'll send to Tibbs. Do you have some divination abilities that could help here? Usually I would suggest speaking to the soul, but with the body gone, that can't be done.
I used to speak with dead on the casket. Huh? That's not how that works.
But I have a sneaking suspicion. But if we go look at the list of jurors for this trial, that all 7 of them are from this trial.
Come to think of it, is this verbal or psychic?
I will be speaking like a normal person.
Okay, she'll look like thoughtful for a moment. Like, now that you mention it, I do think all the jurors are dead.
All the jurors are dead.
I mean, they were all pretty old anyway, but
So maybe the judge did it.
Who's the most recent person? I'll ask. It's like, who's the most recent person to be stolen?
That's what we originally
GM is
came
gonna
here
flip
for.
you off because now I have to read every single entry on every single one of these guest sites to find that out.
Don't worry about it for
Sorry.
now.
because they didn't put them in fucking order.
Okay. Well, okay. In which case, I must say, it must say, it doesn't. I must say, I don't need like a specific one that was taken, but like mechanically, can we be told who was the
In
like?
universe,
doesn't-
you would have been told which one was the most recently. I don't
Yeah,
know.
that-
The GM does not know which one was the most recent.
Yeah, that must say sorry. That's why I was asking because divination only allows me to go back within 7 days.
The most recent
I
one
must
was
say,
4
yeah,
days.
I don't need to know like his name was like like Tom Thumb or whatever the fuck. I was like,
Well, if the most recent
just-
was 4 days, then yeah, that'd be enough.
We have to
Yeah.
go there, but if it's all of them are dead, then all you need to do is go back to Mr. Dumas, or Duhast, or Dumbass, whatever you want to call him,
Dos.
and get the remaining 5. And if he doesn't have the records, we can go talk to the magistrate. Because that'll still be city records, and I don't feel like dealing with red tape right now.
Red tape in the Republic? Never.
It's the capital. It's worse here. I don't generally care about it. I could say maybe your attitudes have rubbed off on me. Kind of happens when we spend quite a while together. So, I will courteously bow to the woman and say thank you for this additional information. We have more investigating to do.
You do that. Be careful out there. You don't know what, better, hell spawn or crawling about and, trying to take our souls and shit. Black magic all about. Dark times, I tell you. Dark times.
she
Well, I
seems
can
very
tell you this
likable.
much: the Republic has survived worse things than what is being reported, so don't have to worry too much. Proceed to look at Kodo.
I'm just never gonna let him live this down.
Nope.
Never.
Hey, remember that time you were an asshole and you were the God King?
You're forgetting, I am from the Republic.
We forgive nothing. We forgive nothing. We forget nothing.
I am willing to forgive, but I will not forget. And I will remind him of it every chance I can, without outright calling him as the God King, because then the country would go ballistic.
Test roll.
Alright. Well,
Okay, cool, that works.
given the time and that you have concluded the first investigation site, I'm going to call it here for the night. You guys can feel free to figure out where to go next time.
Okay.
Cool.
Or I won't have a machine that's trying to have a stroke while I'm trying to run.
Yes.
Hopefully.
Again, it's on schedule to arrive Monday, so.
I do apologize. I kind of side-railed you guys a lot.
No, you guys RP'd. That's fine.
I must say it was the shopping episode.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
I actually enjoyed the conversation while we walk kind of things, because this group, and Trist can correct me considering he's been pretty much all the groups I have. At least when it's like the three of us here, we tend to have more like personable RP with one another.
The smaller the party, the more likely it is to RP in my experience.
That's what I've noticed as well. But in terms of our games, like, outside of Sierra, I rarely see like what just happened with us during the walk happen.
Yeah.
I personally try to wait until like a moment happens where I kind of feel that people would be talking. Because I kind of feel like most people don't just randomly just start talking to one another. Like if we're on a road and we're bored, then I'm like, yeah, it's probably a good time to. bring up
God,
something.
Now that I think about it, I feel bad for Kodo. We literally were just berating his sex life walking through the city.
I didn't berate him. I just asked him a question. I was like, huh? You know what?
Now, to be
You
fair,
know,
the way you phrased it, it sounded like you waited until you were after you were outside the city, but still.
I was like, huh? I was like, hey, you know what's a good thing? I actually just kind of wondered. He has been calling you the God King all this time. I forgot all about the ruler parts of that. Most rulers have a lot of concubines and wives and stuff.
That's
Do you
why I
have
was
any
like,
children.
like that's why I gave him the stink eye when he says I've only had maybe 6. And I may or may not have been an absent father for some of them as a bad influence.
I guess Artoria's doing it wrong. She has the one husband, and that's it.
Well, see, in Kodo's case, it's like, if you're with another yokai, then, I mean, you have an unlimited amount of time. You don't age out of them.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Because
I still gave you that look because of the cultural difference between a true yokai and a mortal race.
Well, see, his mind was like on like the crap that was all involved with like their mother and the kid. He had for those who will get this reference, there was a little bit of Kitus stuff going on. It was like, because it's like, oh shit, you're turning evil, and clearly, I can't stop you. I'm taking the kids. It's like, but
I'm taking the kids and
are
going
kids.
You're becoming evil, Kodo. I'm taking the kids and going to my mom's.
Oh my god, that's literally what happened.
You come back. You can come back home when you stop being evil.
It's like she was actually a part of the resistance against him when he was going full-fledged evil.
Maybe I should take the kids and I'll make
You may
them stop
remember her
being
for the
evil.
fighting game as the one with the sword she uses as a helicopter.
Yeah,
Oh god.
because and with that being said,
You may also remember Kalina from the fighting game.
it's like that being said, and this is kind of funny. The name he's been using for the past forever is actually his mate's name.
Not that you ever told us this.
No. Because if you look at the solstice, it's God King Zeiss, not God King Koto.
Oh god. Zeiss.
Thank you. That's why I chose the name.
So that everybody forget it.
It'll be decanonized.
He thought everyone would forget it, then I based Christmas around it.
Christmas and 4th of July all in one.
Yeah, but as far as he's concerned, I
Fourth
mean,
of
like,
Christmas.
he doesn't consider the name a lie because it's like. Though I guess if you're dealing with a field of absolute truth, if you ask what is your name and he says Kodo, if you're dealing with absolute truth, then that would be a fallacy. So.
So what's your name? Kodo. Ding. Shit.
Well, he would be compelled to tell the truth, or if he lied because he, sorry, you would know if he resisted or succeeded.
Yeah.
If he resisted
Well,
or
the
failed.
thing
If he
with it-
failed, he can't lie.
With how Zone of Truth works, answering Kodo is also a legitimate answer because you're allowed to dance around the truth. You just can't actually outright lie.
Okay, because the entire purpose of him using the name Kodo is because I'm no longer that past person.
Yeah.
You have to actually believe it though.
Now you might still have to make a deception check for because the deception check does include dancing around the truth or lies of omission and that kind of stuff as well. But
Yeah.
a Zone of Truth would still accept it
Interesting. Okay.
because as far as you're
Yeah, I must
concerned,
say-
it's not a lie. That is your name as of now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say the only thing is you have to believe it.
Not only that, it also depends on the phrasing of the question. What is your name? You're going by Kodo, so your name is Koto.
Somebody would
But if we
probably have to
ask,
say, "What is your birth name?"
if we said, "What is your birth name?" What is your highest title given to you or earned?
Yeah. That's interesting phrasing right there.
Yeah, Zone of Truth forces phrasing. It's like how sometimes in like Greg's RPG, I was able to lie. Well, not lying because I would give partial truth and make that argument to Greg.
Mm.
That I'm not lying. I'm giving him the truth, but I'm not giving him the whole truth. That's why I'm saying it's a persuasion, but I'm just leaving information out. I'm not trying to deceive him. I'm just not telling him the whole story because he's not asking for the whole story.
That's fair.
It's basically what Zone of Truth forces to actually happen instead of trying to be a sneaky player and get out of having to make skill checks.
Mm. Well, the Zone of Truth is, yeah, the Zone of Truth is a pretty interesting spell, though. I do, I do find it odd. The same way with kind of with the ground thing of the subject is aware that the spell is in place. I do find that odd. Because I can understand the idea of the instant you start trying to say a fallacy that you feel a compulsion not to, but that's different from knowing immediately that you're walking into a zone of truth.
I think an older phrasing it was as soon as you try to lie, you know you're in a zone of truth.
Yeah, versus what fifth's phrasing is.
At least I think that was the case. Obviously, I played Pathfinder, and then all my other games have been with you guys.
Well, actually, I do have an interesting question. Interesting, you know this because I believe this has popped up, and I know he's not an authority or anything, but how's Mercer rolled? Because I seem to remember a scene where they were like in a throne room, and one of the court mages or something kind of had that on.
He did it as printed. They knew.
Okay.
I'm just glad we finally took care of the fucking Mountain of Gold issue.
Yes.
I hope somebody wrote that down.
Yes, I did. It's in my bio, next to Dimension of Gold. There are not so many O's because I don't want it to spill over into the next slide. But yeah, it's like we were discussing earlier. I don't remember if you were there or not. Just like some ideas of like
I saw the name. I'm just ignoring it because I'm just like, I want this to be discussed in game.
Okay. I intentionally chose a corny thing to say. But yeah, like I know we were like somewhat discussing, well, ish about like the idea of defenses because if we are gonna do the thing of at least harboring, not fucking Morgana, Valgana. She's not the person in Final Fantasy. Her people.
Yeah, I don't think I would accept the evil god. Sorry.
No
one inherently evil gods. Maybe lawful evil, because at that point you're just an asshole. But if we know what your rules are, we can at least get along with you.
Yeah.
Depending on what your rules are.
Just the idea of it's like fortifying the place from the idea of, you are safe here in these borders. I know the thought I had, and I know we're gonna have to discuss it, was an idea of like a giant spell crystal that would put like a force dome over the city. But that's just me liking city shields. Or I guess island shields in this case.
I don't think we would need something like that, though, to be entirely honest.
What? You don't think people will have artillery spells?
No, I don't think by the end of at least this arc, if we manage to do what we're doing, and we succeed at it, I don't think it will be an issue within the Republic that we're in. The only other antagonist would be the Drakengard Empire, and I'm sorry to tell you this, they're too busy.
If not mistaken,
unless for some reason he feels like giving us freaking crap, Prince of Persia Sands of Time episode before it needs to happen. I don't think that would come up anytime soon. Because who says we need to get an island in the middle of the land? If we decide to go city-state status, we can say, hey, we want to take over this place and make our own city with our own laws and we'll pay you taxes.
Well, I thought the idea was to buy an island and to declare city-state status.
But that's what I just said. If we're going
Okay.
city-state status, it doesn't need to be in the middle of nowhere. It could be like in the middle of the sea, like because there's plenty of islands in the middle of the Republic. That would allow significant trade, and not be literally next to a land border / sea border of two actively hostile nations toward each other. They're at least right now not trying to murder each other.
Well, from what I'm seeing, if we get like the island on the tip of the tail there, we're closest to the Silken border.
I was thinking closer to the mainland than that, but the point is, you're not too far away. Because at that point, you're still relatively close in terms of naval. If you're in the inner area of where the sea is, everything is Republic.
But then don't we also get that land issue again? In terms of like people having have developed it?
Well, it's not all developed, it's all claimed.
Yeah, everything is claimed. And if we're going with the city-state status of being a semi-sovereign area with its own authority that pays dues to the state, to the Republic, which the Republic is, well, a republic. I don't think they'll give a shit about that as long as you're paying your proper dues.
As long as your laws don't violate the national laws.
Exactly. It's federated. So long as there isn't another city there, or some level of anything like that, they're not going to give a shit.
Okay, so you're suggesting buying one of the inner islands then, like say around here.
Yes, and by also being at the inner islands, we get most of the trade that goes through the area instead of being an outlandish area. Because, I mean, Kenji had a good idea, man. The amount of gold we have, we could probably afford to do it.
What, being a trade port? Did I am I not remember?
No, Kenshi's the one who mentioned buying an island.
Ah, yeah.
No, buying the island. You also mentioned, I don't know if it was as Kenshi or as Tristan, but the whole not UPS thing.
Oh, that was Kenshi making a bad joke about medieval Amazon.
Yeah.
Medieval Amazon, UPS, that kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, we could totally do that. We literally have enough money to do it.
Well, medieval UPS already exists. They have magical shipping.
Yeah, I like the idea of buying an island. I really like that idea.
Chuck your package into a magic circle, have it pop up in another magic circle, then have a guy carry it.
I mean, we would have the capital be able to do that and probably more efficiently do it.
Unless there's no magic circle around, in which case they have to put it on a lightning rail and run the lightning rail to the nearest magic circle and then do.
Actually, no. What you can do is
or airship, depending on where you are.
Is give them a rock from where it's from and just have them teleport.
Just tie a rock to the package and. If you send me a rock, I will send you your package. What? Just to do it.
For the cost of a pebble, it's not too late for the pebbles to vote.
Besides that, because of what you've said, I've had 3 lines of thought about going forward. Go back to the church to get all the list of people related to this. Go to the magistrate, do the same thing.
He gave you the list of the 7 bodies.
I'm not talking about the 7 that's been robbed.
Oh, you're talking about the jurors.
I'm talking about the jurors. Find out who's dead, who's alive. Go to the magistrate to get information about the trial. Or
please tell me the scenario has contingencies for bureaucracy. But go on, Eric.
The other one is go to the Circle of Mages, since it involves apostates.
All 3 of which are going way off book.
I just kind of find that funny. It's like the books are like investigation, but we're not going to put contingencies for high-grade investigations.
No, it doesn't have those contingencies because you're supposed to be level 1 players new to the city and don't have the level of connections you guys have.
That's not even levels of connection. That's me going, I want to get this information. Who do I go to? The Circle's World Lord. you're dealing with a witch trial, apostates.
The circle
World
is something I added for my world. It's not in the module.
So that's like,
And
that
level
would make
1
sense.
adventurers with no connections in town can't just walk up to the magistrate and go, "Hey, I want to read your court records."
I wasn't saying specifically the magistrate. Well, I did earlier, but my point is government.
Yeah, you're not
Get
supposed to be
the
able to access
information.
government documents.
But
This is medieval times. We don't have FOIA.
well, in that
And
case,
that's assuming they have records, because I'm not sure. I'd have to look deeper to see if the Iron Kingdoms even keeps records versus doing it old school of, yeah, I declare you guilty, hang them. Okay, moving on.
well, even in medieval times, you have the scribe, assuming you're not a small town.
Yes, but the court scribe would scribe, so-and-so tried for whatever, found guilty, burned at the stake. That's it.
But
Yeah.
that's still more information, because we find that information,
They might
we
not
can
even
then
have,
do investigation.
They might not even have the jurors on file. It'll literally just be so-and-so tried, so-and-so killed. That's it.
Well, we're talking about more than a medieval republic at this point. We're talking about a fantasy federal republic.
I'm not disputing that. I'm going to have to look into some stuff to see what is on record, because they're not keeping like modern levels of records,
No, I know. I'm not just saying they are on that part. I'm just
and they're
like,
certainly not FOIA-able. So you're gonna have to throw some rank around to make some checks.
I will gladly spend a hero point to do that.
I would like to point out that
'Cause
allegedly
I have nobility,
part
damn
of
it.
my chaotic, part of my alignment says chaotic, so I'm not able to steal shit.
Just saying, it's like you know. I'm gonna have
I'm
to read some
chaotic
stuff in the
good.
book to see what they have covered, and probably gonna have to make some checks because I think, from what I recall, you're going off book, which is fine. It just means I'm gonna have to make some calls.
I mean, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to go anywhere else, because the information we have is these people are apparently from a trial. At least the one that we found is from a trial. I'm making the assumption they're probably all from the trial.
Well, like I said, I can't tell you what the book expects you to do.
Yeah.
I can just say, it's like,
It's
I
like,
think from what I recall reading, because I haven't memorized the whole damn thing, that you guys are going off book, which is fine.
because we can ask around town generally about the trial, or we could ask the other victims about about what little we know now.
All I can say is you accidentally, in grabbing the last name on the list, because I thought that would be the most recent person, you guys talked to the last person the book expects you to talk to, because they expect you to start with the first name and work your way down.
Ah,
So, in that regard, you've technically learned some things out of order, which is fine. That's on me.
silly book.
That's my fault, not yours.
Look at me trying to use logic.
Yeah.
Though technically you didn't go with the, it said he was dug up 2 weeks ago, so he wasn't even the first one. He was right in the middle. They're not even close in order.
What? Oh, dear lord.
They're not even alphabetical, so I don't even know what the fuck they did.
Okay, that surprises me, because I know, like, if I was writing something official, I would use some kind of order. Alphabetical, chronological.
The only thing I could figure is maybe it's the order that the priest heard about it, which is not necessarily the chronological order, especially for these farms that are out in the middle of, nowhere and had to come into town. So he may not have heard about it until, like, 2 days, 2 to 3 days after the fact.
Sense make.
That's the only thing I can figure.
But it doesn't... That's just so weird. They should have at least had it in order in the book itself for the GM.
Well, the order they are printed in the book is the order that they are on the list.
No, I'm talking about like in a logical order, like chronological order or order of when they were dug
It might be
up.
printed in order of distance.
Because
Actually, that's probably what it is, because they have the boneyards before you talk to the different, the people with the them on the home grounds. So yeah, it's probably printed in order of distance.
So did they just expect people to just, okay, let's go look at this from top down?
That would not surprise me.
That's generally how these things are written. Yeah.
Because I would at least assume, like, okay, what's the most recent? Like, as a baseline, just question, what's the most recent one? Let's go there first.
And you have put in more thought than a lot of people who write these things.
I don't know how, because they make money from these things.
Yes.
They should at least put in like a minuscule amount more thought than that.
Nope.
I'm
A
putting,
lot of these things are written on a railroad, even. That's what Greg ran into with that last one he ran, where it's like, what do you mean you made peace between the two factions? There's nothing in the book about that. In fact, the book tells you it should be impossible.
I'm sorry, I was a bard that rolled well.
well, even then, it's like, what's your issue? What's your issue? What's the problem?
Yeah, it's like, a lot of these modules are written like books. They are not even a linear progression where you have options. It is, this has to happen or the adventure collapses. And it has to be done in this order or everything makes no sense. Because you did one thing out of order and got the villainous reveal, like 45 pages too early, so we just either throw out half the book or the rest of this doesn't make sense when you get there, because it's like, we knew that already.
Alright, guys.
In this case, it's a minor bump, but yeah.
It's still just weird.
Oh, you heading out, Brian?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and head out.
Yeah, we probably should bounce too, looking at the time.
Okay. Have a good night, Brian. I will hear you tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm gonna say Eric. I'll say if you want it, probably be. I'll say see if I can. I'll say see if we can find some time to chat tomorrow if you're up for it.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Same thing for you guys, because I would just like to talk to someone about a few things.
Sure.
I'm just been super tired lately, so.
Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. Like, I'm surprised I managed to stay awake for this game because I did something stupid. I've been reading since 5 p.m. yesterday.
Yeah, you should stop that.
Yeah, so we're gonna let everybody get some sleep, because it sounds like everybody needs it.
Sleep is a good thing.
What is this thing you call sleep? It's for the weak.
Good night, everybody.
Until you fall asleep for 10 hours straight.
Alright. Yeah, see you guys.